Town of Los Gatos Council meeting for March 18, 2025 is called to order. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Isto?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Here.
Mayor Hudis?
Here. Thank you. And so we will now do the Pledge of Allegiance, but I wanted to just give folks a heads up that there is an agenda item, number 12, which is about federal funding for services that the town provides. And so there is an opportunity to comment on that. And so you're welcome to fill out a card and comment on that. However, if you want to make broader comments about other matters, federal matters or other matters, that would be part of verbal communications, which comes up sooner in our agenda. So hope to clarify that, and we can stay on track on item number 12. So I'm going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance and ask Councilmember Badami. Great, thank you. The next item is a proclamation for the American Red Cross. And so I'm going to read the proclamation, or at least part of it. It says, whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in the town of Los Gatos and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who is one of the most honored women in our country's history and nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And for more than 140 years, good-natured individuals in our community embody Barton's commitment as they step up through the Red Cross in Northern California coastal region to provide a beacon of hope for our neighbors in need through their selfless contributions. This goes on for a little while, so I'm going to skip to the resolved. So I, Matthew Hudis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim March 2025 as American Red Cross Month and encourage all people to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. So thank you to the Red Cross, and we will make sure that they get this proclamation. So the next item are the consent items. We have items 1 through 10. Do council members wish to comment or to pull an item for consideration later? Councilmember Badami.
I'd like to pull item number 10.
Okay, thank you. And the town clerk won't mind reminding me when we get done with everything else, then we'll go ahead and do that. Yes, town attorney.
A quick announcement regarding item number 9. The request is that the town manager be authorized to sign the assignment and amendment to the purchase and sale agreement for portions of Shannon Road. The request is that the town manager be authorized to sign an assignment and amendment of Shannon Road purchase and sale agreement. I would like to ask that that be expanded to include authorization to sign any documents that are required in escrow, such as the certificate of acceptance.
So with that, does anyone have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, we need to take verbal comment on the consent items. Anyone wish to speak on, oh, I see I have one note on item 10. So Mr. Fagot, it's been pulled, right? Thank you. Okay, so it moves later. We'll take that later then. Any other comments on any of the other items? Okay, we have no public comment and no other comments. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I move to approve items 1 through 9 on the consent calendar with the inclusion of the additional language provided by our town attorney for item 9.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? We need to take a roll call, I believe.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Hudas.
Aye. Passes unanimously. So we'll now move on to our verbal communications. And so members of the public are welcome to address the town on any matter that is not listed on the agenda. And as I said before, if people have comments that don't fit within the description of the agenda item to discuss the impacts of recent executive orders on the town's federal funding and grants, you are welcome to give those comments at this time. So I have a couple, quite a few cards here. And so the first one is Alex Camus, followed by Daniel Roberts, and then Rob Stump.
Good evening. My name is Alex Camus. I'm here to speak favorably regarding the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission's report from December 12th. In that report, they included 2 proposals to address beach traffic. One route would involve turning University Avenue into a bike boulevard, and the other idea would close North Santa Cruz Avenue to cars and would just be used by pedestrians, bikers, and emergency vehicles. They make compelling arguments that implementing these proposals would notably improve the beach traffic problem. Even more compelling, these proposals would make Los Gatos a friendlier, more welcoming, and accessible place, particularly turning North Santa Cruz Avenue into a pedestrian promenade. Prioritizing pedestrians is not, on a main downtown street is not a new thing among South Bay and Peninsula cities. Their number includes San Jose, which recently pedestrianized Post Street, in addition to San Pedro, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Palo Alto, to name a few. I have friends and family who live in Sunnyvale and Mountain View. Almost any time we go to eat, shop, or enjoy each other's company, we know that the place to go is Murphy or Castro Street because of the pleasant, safe, people-first experiences that those places provide. Creating that environment in Los Gatos would add to the charm and appeal of our downtown. The December 12th report recommended conducting a traffic study to investigate potential impacts of these plans. I'm asking that the council put that on the agenda and ultimately vote to fund the traffic study and implement the proposals found in the commission's report. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll hear a little bit more later tonight about some interactions that we've had with VTA. So thank you for your comments. Next is Daniel Roberts.
Honorable members of the Los Gatos Town Council. My name is Daniel Roberts. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, and some of you might know me as the director of KPCR FM, the independent community radio station here in Los Gatos. We are committed to transparency, accountability, open discussion on issues that impact our community. I come here today not as the director of KPCR, but as purely a resident of concern here in Los Gatos. I came here to essentially discuss the planned opening of a Tesla dealership in Los Gatos and to urge the town council to consider the broader implications of the Tesla dealership and Tesla's leadership, particularly its CEO, Elon Musk, and his increased influence over government affairs. This is not about opposing business growth. It's about ensuring that Los Gatos, like all communities, uphold fairness, accountability, and ethical governance. This matters to Los Gatos for a very extreme reason. Elon Musk is not a government official, yet he wields large, significant influence over our national policy without democratic oversight. Through his role as a senior advisor, de facto leader of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, Musk has shaped decisions that affect public services, economic policy, and local government resources. DOGE's policies have included massive layoffs, changes to federal funding, increased privatization of public services. And regardless of your political views, this should concern all of us. Our government functions best when power is balanced and decision-making is accountable to the public, not concentrated in the hands of one unelected individual. The impacts on local communities, essentially, we're seeing HUD having staffing cuts of 84%, community service block grants where funding reductions threaten local anti-poverty programs, and delays in federal grants that help nonprofits that help services such as families and family health. Seeing as I'm running out of time, I'm going to not be so verbose and cut to the end. Essentially, my urge is for the Los Gatos Town Council to take the following actions. Publicly recognize the potential conflicts of interest surrounding Musk and Tesla and ensure that our town does not implicitly endorse his unchecked influence over public policy. Require that Tesla is committed to community engagement, including clear public statements on how it will support local infrastructure, comply with consumer protection laws, and ensure its dealership operates with transparency in Los Gatos. May I continue?
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
we have to limit it to 3 minutes, so thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Rob Stump, and then Gus Hu, and then Joe Griner.
Good evening. My name is Rob Stump. I'm a hillside resident of Los Gatos. While I'm a member of the Planning Commission, I am not speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission or as a planning commissioner this evening. Tonight, I speak as a resident. In the very near future, development projects filed under SB 330 invoking builder's remedy will be officially presented to the town of Los Gatos. Immediate and serious thought needs to be given as to how these projects are considered, many of which do not comply with the existing design or building standards adopted by the town. How does the town find itself in this position? The town's housing element did not get certified by May 31st, 2023. Until it was improved by the council in June 2024 and subsequently certified by HCD in July 2024, the town was subject to development projects submitted under SB 330 invoking builder's remedy. What are the developer's rights under builder's remedy? Simply put, they can propose projects that may not conform to the town's zoning ordinances or general plan. Of the 14 active projects, 9 propose buildings that exceed the town's standard height limitation. These 9 projects would range from 4 to 13 stories, the tallest being 3 times higher than our height limitation. In addition, 8 of the 14 active projects are not located on identified sites within our housing element. What did our general plan, including the related environmental impact report, not take into account? It did not plan for buildings in excess of the town's height limitation, nor did it account for the increased density brought about by construction of taller buildings. Besides these items, the environmental impact analysis completed for the housing element did not address 8 of the sites that will now be developed. What do I believe the residents of Los Gatos expect from the town at this point? I, for one, believe they expect the town to have all the facts available to assess each of these projects. What will the cumulative effects of the development with greater mass, scale, density, and location have on the community? This can only be accomplished through environmental impact reports for each project. The residents expect their elected officials and staff to take steps to guard the public safety and health of our community. Without environmental impact reports for each of these projects, we will not know the cumulative impacts the developments will have on public safety and health. Please act immediately to ensure that appropriate cumulative environmental impact reporting and analysis is performed for these projects. The community, under the circumstances, expects the town to get this right.
Thank you. So I have to ask that we do not allow applause during these sessions, and so if you feel compelled, please go outside. We do not allow applause to continue during these sessions. Gus, who?
Censorship. I sent something about Enola Gay to you, the town council, and it should have been in your box. I'm protest. I'm anti-government. I have been for some time. I've been censored because I can't use the screen and show video or a minute 22-second clip of what I think is a second shooter. I also like to make a motion, if I can, to bring flowers and place them here. Pledge of Allegiance. I don't think in this time period we should have children pledge our allegiance and swear our oath or our pledge to the leadership of this country, because we're in a civil war, I believe. I also, would like to have a discussion between you and the two parties off thing, because of I'm saying there's an Agent Smith out there that a second shooter, and I brought that up. That's part of that 1 minute 22, and we have to identify this one person. Needles and easement and safety on Lynn Avenue, I've brought up on many occasions. I'd like to make sure that you guys do know that 2 children have been hit on Lynn Avenue. It's in your records. Also, you spent some money way before it was public noticed, and I want to try to keep that in-house, not things. Another thing is water bills. I'm still fighting the water bills. I grew up in Santa Clara. Our water bills are double that, and we need to have a hearing on that. And I've asked several neighbors, and they, I'll because I sue free because I'm poor and I'm an activist. So, and then last, do still support the World Cup, and I think you're missing an opportunity of all the money that's, from the Super Bowl, the basketball programs next year, and you don't have that in your agenda.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joe Greiner, and that's the last verbal communications card that I have. So if there's anyone else who would like to speak on verbal communications, please fill out a card, come forward. Thank you.
Greetings, Town Council. I'm Joe Greiner. I'm a resident, and I'm the Outreach Director at St. Luke's Church here in Los Gatos. In light of the injustice and suffering felt across our country and beyond under this current administration, I want to share with you the potent message of writer, poet, activist Maya Angelou, whom I think many of you know. You should be angry. You must not be bitter. Bitterness is like a cancer. It eats upon the host. It doesn't do anything to the object of its displeasure. So use the anger. You write it. You paint it. You dance it. You march it. You vote it. You talk it. You do everything about it. And you do not stop. Thanks.
Thank you. I have 2 more cards for verbal communications, and anyone is free to come forward. If we run out of time, we'll take the rest of them after our regular agenda. Susan Burnett, Danya Ramanan, and Kimberly Snyder.
Okay, good evening. My name is Susan Burnett, and I am on the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Committee, but I'm speaking as an individual. I hadn't planned to speak tonight, but the remarks about Musk actually made my blood pressure go up. He not only landed 2 astronauts today, he's also working on eyesight, restoring eyesight to the blind, and the ability to walk. He's been put in charge of DOGE, which has been President Trump has the ability to assign that. That is in his purview. He is finding billions of dollars of waste and fraud in our government, and we are funding programs all around the world that usually do not support the United States. And yes, Musk has said that mistakes have been made, people have been let off, programs have been retired, but when the mistakes are found, they're quickly repaired. I mean, he's a good man, and I'm very emotional about this, and I'm finding myself to try and prevent him from having a business in Los Gatos is just astounding to me. I would hope Los Gatos would not entertain such a thing. This man is a good man. He doesn't need this job. He's worth $400 billion. He's not taking pay, and neither is Trump taking pay for their jobs. And to constantly put them down like they're 2 maniacs up there is just, it's very difficult for someone who tends to be conservative, but I tend to also be fair-minded. But my gosh, what he's been put through, and now he has death threats, he has, his children. It's just absurd what's happening, and he's trying to do good. I mean, I just don't understand this. The billions of dollars that he's found, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know why we're not for this. I mean, he's not trying to cut out. Yes, some programs have gotten a little bit twisty here, but they are trying to repair them and look at them, and and he's serious about this. So, it just floored me, that comment, to take his business away. He doesn't need this job. He's trying to help our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Danya Ramanan.
Hi. So this is actually kind of awkward because I am actually here as a private citizen here to condemn the actions of the Trump administration as well as that of Elon Musk. I'm 15 years old. I am a daughter of immigrants, and I have lived in this town my whole life. This is my home. Recently, my parents became naturalized citizens. This is their home too. I don't want to live in a place that makes people like me afraid. I was born here, but I shouldn't have to feel fear that my family or people around me may get harm. I want the town of Los Gatos to recognize the fact that we are a sanctuary city and make sure that political deportations do not happen anymore. And on the point of Elon Musk, I firmly agree with the fact that he should not have any business in this town. He is not finding waste and fraud, and he is not finding this money. This money is coming from cutting vital government programs. And this is not a twisty program. These aren't twisty things. Someone who was hired and was vetted by the government wouldn't have had these mistakes because they would have been qualified. None of us voted for him. He should not have the insane amount of power that he does. And on the point that he is, quote unquote, not taking pay, I like to bring up the fact that yes, he's, quote unquote, finding lots of money. But have we ever questioned the fact that he is getting insane amounts of money with federal grants to SpaceX and to Tesla? This is not fair. This is not right. And I would just like to say, I don't think Elon Musk has any business in this town or in this nation. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'm going to caution against applause. If applause continues, we're going to have to ask people to leave because this is a place where we have a fair hearing, and we've found that applause does not lead to having a fair hearing. So I'm going to say it again. Next time, we're going to take action to ask people to leave. Kimberly Snyder? Oh, number 12, sorry. Lindley?
Hallelujah. Through the last 8 years, I've witnessed so much censorship, which causes stupidity and uneducated people, like the few that I've heard recently. If you want to sodomize the world, continue to do what we've been doing, because sodomy is not liked around the world. But the people who are uneducated don't seem to realize the waste that has been brought forward through transparency through the Doge website. I love Trump, and I, like the majority of the people in the country, voted for Trump for very good reason. We saw and heard the truth over the last 8-9 years, which the majority of people in this town did not get to hear or see because we were censored everywhere. Nextdoor, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, all censored. None of you heard the truth. None of you. Because if you did, you would think like me and the majority of the people outside of the sanctuary psychopathic town that loves criminals, because they are all criminals. God, the criminals. I've experienced so much crime. I've had eggs thrown at me, Coca-Cola bottles thrown at me, poop, all by you, all by the Democrats in this town. Every one of them. Love the LGBTQ, love the Black Lives Matter, who are Marxists. Marxists hate black people. Marxists hate America. Marxists hate homosexuals. I don't hate people, but I don't like people who do bad things. Doge and Elon Musk, I don't own a Tesla, but gosh, I praise him. Man, and you know what? You all have destroyed so many lives, you Democrats in this town. You've destroyed my life over the last 15 years. And I hold many of you accountable for what has happened to my family, including the death of my daughter because of LGBTQ, destroying my family, destroying through death my identical twin daughter, Olivia Janet Hogan. She is no longer, she doesn't exist anymore because of the ideology that is totally illegal. It is a cult, it is a religion. It has been created. It is so wrong. I praise Elon Musk, and you took away my business. You took away Cindy Sheehan's business. You drove her family out of here. You tried to take away everybody's businesses. Everybody's business.
Thank you, Lindley. You've used up your time. I have no more cards for verbal communications. Is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
It was just announced on all the news channels. That Dump has signed an executive order to put up a 13-story Trump hotel in Yosemite Park. That's what it feels like. Imagine that, 13-story Trump hotel in Yosemite Park. Imagine.
Could you please
what it's going to
address
be like
the council?
here in our town, okay? I think Builder's remedy is unconstitutional. It really is. I don't think it's constitutional. I'd like that really examined.
Okay, thank you. That is the last card I have on verbal communications. So we will now move on to item 11. And this is introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Town Code regarding emergency shelters and small employee housing. Do we have a report, please?
Mr. Mayor, this item was advertised for a public hearing at this meeting, but it was pulled, and so we left this on the agenda with the notation that it will be rescheduled at a future date, so those who wanted to speak to that matter would know in advance and not necessarily have to come and not be able to speak.
Okay, I apologize for missing that. Then we will move on to item number 12. And item number 12 is to discuss the impacts of recent executive orders on the town's federal funding and grants. And I'm going to read a little bit more of the description so that we can stay on topic during this part of our agenda. This item is to discuss town council, have the town council discuss the potential impact of federal actions at a future meeting, and this is the future meeting. And so as a result, there's a report that outlines a list of federal awards that could help our conversation. So with that, I'll ask Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll do a brief introduction. We're not going to go through necessarily every single grant, but we have an attachment to the staff report that provides that information. It's nearly just shy of about $10 million that we receive in totality for federal grants that may be at risk. In the federal government, the federal budget is the responsibility of the president and is put together by the Office of Management and Budget. And the Office of Management and Budget also is required for promulgating budget and other regulations about how money and contracts are to be administered. On January 27th, the Office of Management and Budget released a memo which caused a huge amount of consternation throughout the nation, suspending the disbursement of federal financial assistance, including grants and loans. Initially, it was a very broad mandate, and then there was more clarity that started to come out about what was considered in and out of the potential impact area. These actions were to review programs aligned with the administration's policies, particularly as it involves diversity, equity, and inclusion, and environmental projects associated with the Green New Deal. However, 2 days later, the OMB rescinded its guidance. However, there was still direction for the federal government to proceed with implementation of these type of measures. And so the request was made by our council to come back to have the opportunity to discuss the potential impacts on the federal funding that we receive. Just this morning, the mayor and I had the opportunity of sitting down with our new congressman, and had the chance to ask the question to get more clarity. What do you think, or what does Congress think in terms of the direction? It was very clear that nobody really knows what the final outcome will be and what will be impacted and what will not be. We've seen recent executive orders that are continuing to remove or reduce departments at the federal level, one of which is referred to in the desk item regarding libraries that impact funding towards programs that we derive a benefit, whether it be ebooks that are available to our residents or subsidizing the speed of the internet between our library and the central library system in California, which would be impacted in a cost that would fall to us if it went away. We've submitted for reimbursement for a Federal Highway Administration grant. I believe we did receive the $2 million. We received a $2 million check in relation to, I think, that grant that was held by the state.
That's correct.
Thank you. That was late. That was information that came today. And so as you're looking at the $10 million, the first grant is the Federal Highway Administration grant. We submitted for reimbursement, and we have received now an additional $2 million towards that work. So that $2 million would not be on the table for potential impact. And then we have quite a number, multi-million dollars in vegetation management and fire resiliency, which is one of our top 3 strategic priorities as promulgated by the council. that will have a severe impact in the resources that are available if that money is to go away. However, the allocation of about 1.7 million, which is our match, we are retaining that in the budget. So we will have the opportunity to monitor the impacts, and as those impacts occur, be able to properly respond, and in some cases, just proceed with our efforts, but just with our money, not necessarily federal money. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for discussion and questions.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that it's very important that we have this hearing tonight because it's clear that some of the funding that we're counting on is at risk. And while I don't think it's time yet for us to start cutting other services to push money over to here, based on the conversation that we had with the congressman this morning, I do think that it is a warning sign that we may be at that point. I also wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for encouraging us to have this as an agenda item, as I think that it's very important to our community. And so with that, I'm going to, at this point, open verbal communications, if that's okay, and then we'll go to council questions. And so with that, I have Kimberly Snyder, I think I have in the right place, Ann Schwartzstein, and then Lee Quintana. And I have a few more after that. And if I ever pronounce your name wrong, please correct me.
Good evening, everyone. I was just at a board meeting with the museum, and we were having a very similar conversation. I'm here tonight to talk about the recent executive orders that were issued on Friday and their impact on our local community. As a supporter and partner of the museum, we wanted to let you know about critical updates impacting the libraries and museums funding. On March 14th, the executive order that would reduce 7 agencies, including the only agency solely dedicated to supporting American museums. The Institute of Museum and Library Services is a government agency that provides critical funding to museums and libraries throughout all 50 states, including Los Gatos. With federal funding in jeopardy, it is paramount that our community, individuals, local, county, and state governments come together to make a plan to preserve our shared values. From small to mid-sized museums like NUMU, IMLS grants are game-changing. NUMU currently has 2 concurrent IMLS grants that have a remaining total of $150,000, which is significant for our operating budget through 2026. We also recently applied for their 2024 grant cycle. IMLS has funded critical projects over the past several years that serve our community, provide educational opportunities for children and families, and support preservation and care of the town's cultural heritage. This includes the Los Gatos History Project, the project that inventories and catalogs the museum's permanent collection, that makes it available online, also supports educational programs for school tours, and makes Los Gatos a focal point of historical scholarship. We were awarded $190,000 through IMLS. Revitalization is an exhibition that's co-curated in partnership with the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe, San Jose State University, and West Valley College, and we were awarded $109,000 for that. IMLS only makes up 0.0046% of the overall federal budget, and while museums in turn generate $50 billion in economic benefits to the American economy and support more than 726,000 jobs. American museums receive bipartisan support, and research shows that 90% of Americans want to maintain or increase federal funding to museums. NUMU greatly contributes to the town's vibrance and economic vitality, welcoming nearly 7,000 annual visitors, hosting a plethora of programs, and stewarding our local history. I am asking our community tonight to speak up for libraries and museums and ask what we can do to support IMLS. Tonight, I ask for your support in ensuring that our town continues to invest in our shared values and public assets. In times of uncertainty, it is coming together to support one another that is important now more than ever.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. I see. pronounced that wrong. Annie Schwartzstein, is that correct?
Hello, Town Council. Thank you so much for having this conversation on this really important issue. I really appreciate it. So as we have been discussing, what we've been seeing from the federal government is a shrinking of federal services and federal funding that serve our vulnerable populations. And I find this incredibly concerning. I'm not quite sure how we're expected at the local level to make up the federal dollars that is put into these communities, but I want to be incredibly clear that I do think it's a true shame if we do not try. 59% of people are one paycheck away from not being able to pay their rent or mortgage and falling into housing insecurity. Musk and Trump have openly discussed cuts to federal programs such as Social Security, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits. These are programs that keep our neighbors, our friends, our families, and ourselves above water every single day. Because of the cost of living in Los Gatos, we do have to face the reality that these federal cuts will most likely have a larger impact on those within our community. There's less wiggle room here for many people, especially because of these federal funding and federal grant cuts to those community centers that help to keep these people above water. If people end up losing their jobs or falling behind on rent or mortgage payments, we may end up having a crisis on our hands very quickly and faster than many places in the country or even within California. We also have to think about rising costs of living, such as food. It's not an option, in my opinion, to simply let residents of Los Gatos fail. We are talking about neighbors and friends. I understand the Republican philosophy of shrinking federal spending in order to give more power to state and local governments. I'm not sure how we're supposed to replicate the impact of these programs, especially when government is putting our budget in jeopardy. With our budget concerns, I know that it seems like a daunting task, but I really do think it's a necessary task. I do think that our town is in a really great position. I think our rental assistance program has already helped many families. I think that we could do something similar to help people get access to food, especially if SNAP benefits are in jeopardy. I think we're in a really privileged position in Los Gatos. Many of our residents are excited and enthusiastic about volunteering. There's many people here today. I think people are excited to lean into community support and hopefully help provide services for community members. I also want to emphasize that it's an incredibly important topic and I don't see it going away anytime soon. So I think that these are conversations that we should be continuing to have regularly and perhaps set up some working groups, things like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Lee Quintana and then Mary Hoover.
Lee Quintana, speaking as an individual, although I serve on the Historic Preservation Committee. You know, I used to wake up knowing that I lived in a democratic republic with 3 equal co-branches of the government that provided checks on each other. I don't feel that that's the case anymore. The purpose of the government is to serve people, and it appears that the executive branch is trying to do the opposite. I believe that monitoring how the executive orders from Trump affects the town's funding doesn't go far enough. The town needs to go further than just monitoring. I believe the town needs to make some kind of statement that clearly indicates that it is against the unauthorized taking away of funding from the town, the state, and other jurisdictions. That's it.
Thank you. Mary Hoover and then Carla Albright.
Short person. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Mary Hoover, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos. Thank you for having this discussion. Receiving federal funding is crucial for our town, and it's important to have a plan in place if federal funding is rescinded. We cannot just cross our fingers and wait. We need to prepare. I'd like the town council to understand that the impacts of the federal administration reach far beyond funding. For example, ICE has been active in Santa Clara County, Medicare and Medicaid are under attack, environmental regulations are being dismantled, and DEI is being outlawed. What will the town council do if ICE enters our community? Will our police department cooperate? Our town has committed to DEI, but that means nothing if we don't protect it. What do these executive orders mean for our own DEI commission and other initiatives? How will we protect them and advance this work? What is the plan for if our LGBTQ plus community members come under attack as they have in the past? What are we going to do to continue to fight climate change? Community members are scared, confused, and worried. It is not up to just our state and federal representatives to communicate with us and address our concerns. Our local elected officials play a vital role, and it is your responsibility not to be silent. The county and other cities have passed resolutions supporting immigrants and have allocated funding to protect our community from attack by the federal government. Even if you cannot take measures this drastic, we want to know that this is on your radar. We want to know what you plan to do, and we want to be part of these conversations. Thank you for your time and for having this important conversation. I hope this is the first of many.
Thank you. And I would remind folks that the agenda item that we have is the effect of federal funding on town services. So if we can keep the comments to that realm, that would be fine. There was opportunity for broader comments earlier in the evening. So Carla Albright.
And my husband, Chris Burkhart.
Thank you.
As citizens, we're very worried about our country, our democracy, the rule of law, and much more. And what's happening nationally is affecting my sleep, my health, my sense of normalcy and decency. They say all politics is local, and we're grateful to live in Los Gatos. We're also grateful for the time, heart, and energy that you all put into the betterment of our town. But we have more to ask of you. We're heartened to see that you are looking and discussing how federal decisions might impact the town's finances and the ability to support our community. Given how the federal government is illegally firing people, not honoring prior financial commitments, and threatening social services, it is wise to be prepared to shore up funding sources and prioritize expenditures. We wouldn't want to be in your shoes. It's not an easy job. But in this process, please consider how various targeted communities feel and what their needs are. Communities such as our LGBTQ plus people, our library, our museum, migrants, our schools, the unhoused, and low and fixed income residents. So what can we do? A few ideas: host a pride flag raising, reaffirm your commitment not to support ICE raids, support Los Gatos' anti-racism coalition's effort to keep people housed. We all know a small amount of money goes a long way to keeping someone housed, and once unhoused are a large drain on resources. Find out how many people are dependent on Medicare and Medicaid, and how many are on fixed incomes, and then be aware of what support they might be needing coming in the future. Maybe we can create a Buy Nothing Like group where people will post their needs, and there will be other people who will take that as an opportunity to fill that needs. It could be simply food assistance, it could be painting someone's front steps, it could be providing warm clothes for the needy in winter. Trump seems to be at war with DEI, and we should commit publicly to continuing DEI. We should encourage our communities to participate in the Firewise program. We are a small town with big challenges, and maybe we should reach out to our local representatives like Licardo and see how we can collaborate to address these issues together. And maybe you can agendize a follow-up session to evaluate how the town can prepare and take meaningful action. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Miller, and then Jeff Suzuki.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Miller. I've lived in Los Gatos for 30 years. I worked 34 years as an educator. I was a public school teacher and administrator, and I retired as a full-time lecturer at San Jose State, where I taught many of the teachers who now have brought such joy to our own community. I did my homework for this meeting, since this is my first council meeting, and I read the town vision. I also read some bios and realized some of you have parents who were teachers, so you understand the commitment that they make to their profession and to the community. President Trump has made the dismantling of DEI programs an early focus of the administration, as well as the dismantling of the Department of Education. And my concern is that we will lose oversight of what losses are occurring in our local school programs, including course content. There is pressure to control the content of what is in the classroom. In fact, some southern states, schools are now threatened with loss of federal funding if they do teach literature and from textbooks and literature that support diversity and inclusion. In California, our districts adopt textbooks and reading lists that address diversity. Their choices may not be welcomed by all residents, but that is how our schools are run. Our school districts have vision statements that do ask teachers to teach for diversity. So what is the role of the Los Gatos City Council in protecting our schools and our teachers and our students? Your vision statement ends with the promise that Los Gatos is committed to high-quality education. And we talked quite a bit about preserving the character of the town. That's your vision statement. So I would contend that our schools and our teachers contribute to the character of our town, and that what needs to happen is, with possibility of federal cuts to education, it's my proposal that the council work closely with the school board as it oversees these cuts, has a plan for replacing funding that is cut, and supports teachers and administrators to continue to teach for diversity, equity, and inclusiveness without fear of interference or any reduction of support. So thank you for this opportunity to address our school system here, and I appreciate you bring this to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Suzuki, and then Gus Hu.
Good evening, council members. Before I begin, I'll disclose that I am not speaking as a complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a private citizen and president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. First, I would like to express my appreciation to the Los Gatos Town Council for agendizing this item, which is the first item that directly addresses how the policies of the federal government will impact our town. I will state my concerns candidly. The Los Gatos Town Council does not appear to currently have any semblance of a plan to deal with not only the potential loss of federal funding, but more broadly, the policies that directly impact the lives of our fellow community members, the human impact. In January, the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition held a community town hall, and on short notice, on a cold January night, right after working hours, over 50 people showed up, most of whom I'd met for the first time. And across the board, people were eager to share their thoughts, concerns, and ideas about the predicaments facing Los Gatos. And I heard repeatedly that they felt that their representatives would not stand up for them. Several people left notes about the fact that their council members refused to agendize the resolution that would have reaffirmed that fundamental stance, that that their local government would continue to value them the same way that it had in previous years. One person wrote, "The town did not proactively state its values. We need it. The town didn't think so." I share this context because you should know that people have noticed your silence, and many people are frustrated. Several people tonight have noticed that this agenda item appears to be purely financial, devoid of any discussion on the impacts on people's lives. And you have the opportunity tonight to turn around that perception. Some of you might believe that you can outwait the next 4 years, for federal issues might not impact you personally, and that the worst might happen to some strangers in some faraway place. Perhaps the issues of San Jose are as distant to us as the light of the moon differs from that of the sun. But right here in 1942, Los Gatos residents were forcibly incarcerated. Japanese Americans were strong-armed from their farms and schools at gunpoint. And people here watched it happen, and in fact, many people supported it. Do you have an answer for at least a handful of scenarios? And so what I'm saying here is that we need to dedicate some serious time and effort to planning contingencies with regards to the budget and a litany of other ways that our community could be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Gus Hu. And then Richard Kananen, and then Danya Ramanan.
I'm just speaking, I'm not a public speaker, I'm just speaking off the tip of my tongue. I think everybody has to just take a step back. What the Trump administration is doing, Mr. 666 is doing, is just trying to scare everybody. We all have to take a step back. A lot of this stuff that's he's doing is under color of authority and color of law. So the legal system should try to get involved. I wish I can tell you a little bit more. There's to be changes if we can just like postpone this a little, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I know this is the first step, but don't take all this seriously, because there's to be more coming. Because what's happening in, I had a minor in sociology, but what's happening is there's two sides, and this is a Christian nation. We should try to keep it, soft and realize what is going on, try to realize what's going on. And what actually matters is that the truth has to come out, and the truth will come out.
Thank you. Richard Kananen, and then the last card I have is Danya Ramanan.
I appreciate you putting together this spreadsheet. I would just ask that you add one column on here, and that is, could you put a column that says which federal action is preventing the funding from possibly being lost for each of these items? Because that's not clear to me. And so I'm not sure how we can assess whether there's any other action that the town can take to avoid the cuts. I mean, that seems to me, if you really care about these programs this much, then the easiest way to avoid the cuts is to simply comply with the federal requests. And then going forward, it would be great if we were more proactive and not sign up for programs and easy money and grants from the federal government that had strings attached that we weren't willing to comply with. So, and one other thing is that in a lot of times in life, about at least 80% of the things you worry about never come true. Well, a lot of the things that have been said tonight are never going to really impact the health and safety of our residents here. And so I don't like to overblow and dramatize the situation needlessly and make young people feel bad and worry about and not sleep. So anyway, I appreciate you talking about this tonight, and I hope you find a solution that's best for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. And Danya Ramanan.
Hi. Just on the point of the prior speaker, I would like to say this, I truly believe that this is not dramatizing. We've seen the concrete facts. We have seen the people who have been harmed. There are numbers to prove that these things are happening and that we need action, which is what I would like to talk to you guys about today, especially regarding fires. Fire season's coming up. This is a beautiful town. It's also an incredibly flammable town. And as you know, we're definitely not going to be getting any kind of help with climate change. And as our climate gets hotter and our climate gets drier, it's going to be incredibly important that we have enough funding or capability in order to mitigate these kind of issues. I live up in the hills, so definitely this is something that I am very worried about. But also, obviously we're not going to be getting any federal help from someone who thinks that forest fires were created by quote unquote Jewish space lasers. So right now this should be paramount. This should be incredibly important to prepare for. I think someone already talked about this, but I really would encourage our community to join the Firewise program. This negatively impacts us all, no matter our socioeconomic status. You can be the most wealthy person in the room or in the town, and this could still really, really hurt you. But we should also be aware of the fact that this kind of pollution or harm can also negatively impact our unhoused residents. These are people who come to the forest to live for solace because of the fact that a lot of the times they're facing harm everywhere else. This is an incredibly important thing to consider. And once again, of course, our nature is it being considered sacred, and so we must do something ourselves. Please, I'd encourage you to pay attention to the fact that this is happening and this is not some kind of cautionary tale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to close the public comment from the room. Is there anyone online who would like to speak on this topic?
Yes, we have 4 hands raised.
Okay.
Debbie?
Hi, my name is Debbie Lowe. I don't have an audio, so
We
I
can
guess
hear
I'll
you.
just go on.
We can hear
Great.
you.
Okay, my name is Debbie Lowe, and I am a member of the Library Commission for Los Gatos. But tonight I'm speaking as a community member and as a citizen of this country. I'd just like, on behalf of public schools and public library, they are the great equalizers, and what makes our country great. My parents came over from China. They were immigrants. My dad was illegal. And yet in a single generation, because of public education and the public library system, my parents' kids, me and my brother, have achieved really the American dream. I live in Los Gatos. I work up at Stanford. My brother also is a professor at Stanford. And this could not have happened without public education and the public library system. The first thing I remember is my mom taking me down to the public library in North Beach in San Francisco and getting me that library card because we could not afford to buy books. So, this impacts all of us. And I just shudder to think what their motivation for cutting public libraries and public education from funding. And I also work at Stanford, and one of my jobs, in fact, what I'm doing right now is reading protocols from the NIH for cancer research. And if you don't think this doesn't affect you, if you know anyone, mother, father, brother, sister, daughter, son, babies who have had cancer, chances are the NIH had a hand in this. And to cut funding for the NIH, for our public schools, there's no rhyme or reason. There's no logic. I mean, this is what makes America what it is. And the chance opportunity to better yourself, basically. And that's through public schools, public education grants. The federal government, as far as public schools, the federal government is there to ensure that everyone gets that opportunity, whether it's your ethnic background, whether you have a disability, whatever your lifestyle, everyone is equal, and everyone is offered that opportunity, and that's what makes us great. I still have time, but I don't think I have any more to say. So I implore you to really look at, the town needs to make a statement about what is happening in our government, in our federal government, and the slash and burn tactic that they're taking to our programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another speaker online.
Yes, Kinsey.
Hello?
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kinsey Lee, and tonight I speak both as a longtime resident of Los Gatos and a director at the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. First, I want to thank the council for opening this topic to the public. Every day under current federal administration brings new developments, and an open dialogue regarding how those changes will impact our community feels vital to the future of our town. That said, having read through this item in the packet, having spoken at this very same meeting 4 months ago and treating council to talk about reaffirming our commitment to our community's civil rights and liberties, I can't help but feel we're woefully ill-prepared in more ways than one. It feels like my local representatives are waiting for this administration to pull the rug right out from under our feet in some ways. There's a reticence to plan, as if speaking about what to come means manifesting new problems into existence. As someone who lived here during the wildfires and drove past all those fallen trees on Winchester every day during the flooding, I would like to know what happens to vegetation management if those grants fall through. As an LGHS alumnus that went to the library every day after school, I would like to know how local government feels about this public service should it ever fall outside the realm of national interest. I understand none of our federally funded projects fall directly under DEI initiatives or climate change programs or education right now, but I don't think an entire town should sit in stasis and rely on being semantically safe. Los Gatos needs well-defined and publicized guiding principles. We need contingencies for what can only be termed as turbulent times. I realize this requires getting into the political thicket, but it's already here. ICE, for instance, is already operating in the Bay Area. At this point, it's not just a matter of being proactive, but appropriately reactive. We owe it to the vulnerable parties in our community to be transparent about where we stand and what we are willing to do for them. I appreciate the work we as a town have accomplished together. I hope we can develop a plan moving forward to protect the progress that we've made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Allison?
Go ahead.
Hi there. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Allie Payne, and I'm a lifelong resident of Los Gatos. I was born and raised in this town and have had the privilege of teaching first grade at my very own elementary school, Blossom Hill, for the last 26 years. Throughout my time in the district, I've been impressed and proud of the steps our schools and community have taken toward equity and inclusion. I firmly believe that Los Gatos is strongest when we recognize that all, capital ALL, members of our community, regardless of background, status, or identity, belong and deserve to be supported, valued, and protected. I'm glad to see Los Gatos finally having a discussion, because the reality is that federal funding plays a crucial role in our town's future. It is deeply concerning that we do not appear to have a concrete plan for what happens if that funding is rescinded. We cannot afford to simply wait and hope for the best. We must be proactive in understanding the political impacts and preparing accordingly. Beyond funding, we must also recognize that the actions of the federal administration affect us in many ways. We've seen ICE activity in Santa Clara County, threats to Medicare and Medicaid, environmental protections being dismantled, and DEI efforts under attack. What will the town council do if ICE enters our community? Will our police department cooperate? Our town is committed to DEI, but that commitment is meaningless if we do not actively protect and uphold it. How will we safeguard our DEI initiatives from federal overreach? What will we do to support our LGBTQ plus community members who have already faced hostility? And how will we continue to fight against climate change? These are real concerns that demand real answers. Equity is not just a word, it's an action. It's a commitment to ensuring that everyone in our town, from our youngest students to our most vulnerable neighbors, is treated with dignity and respect. It is making sure that no one is left behind and that no group is silenced, and that our policies reflect our shared values of inclusion, fairness, and justice. Los Gatos must be a place where all people feel safe, welcome, and represented. Community members are scared, confused, and worried. It is not enough to rely solely on state and federal representatives to advocate for us. Our local leaders have a responsibility to address these concerns, to communicate openly with residents, and to act decisively. Other cities and counties have taken steps to protect immigrants and vulnerable communities, and Los Gatos must not be left behind. Even if immediate drastic action is not possible, we need to know that this issue is on your radar. As a teacher, I'm deeply invested in the well-being of our next generation. I want to ensure that our children grow up in a town that actively protects and values its residents. I want to see a clear commitment from the town council to safeguarding our most vulnerable community members and preparing for potential challenges ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I would remind all speakers that the agenda item is to discuss the impacts of executive orders on the town's federal funding and grants. And so with that, do we have any more speakers online?
Yes, there's two more. Autumn?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Autumn, and I am a resident of Los Gatos. Like many others who've spoken tonight, I was very pleased to see the discussion of federal funding on tonight's agenda. Last November, when the Council declined to prioritize a discussion of how federal politics would impact our town, I was surprised that there was not more concern. However, at this point, I feel like it has become very clear that national decisions may have a very big impact on our community, and it is my hope that the town is well prepared for a scenario in which we receive less federal funding than expected. As I listened to others speak tonight, I was particularly moved by, I think Ms. Snyder it was, who talked about the potential impact on NUMU, by the folks who talked about the impacts on our libraries. These are all things that we all enjoy and experience that are vibrant parts of our community, and so the idea of those things being at risk or going away was very sad to me. I appreciate that the town has helped us understand which types of things are provided via federal funding, what may be at risk, what's has been received, what is to be received. But like others who have spoken tonight, I am still concerned that we do not have a clear contingency plan should something happen to those funds unexpectedly. In addition, as others have stated, I think that since November, it has become much clearer that the impacts of national politics go far beyond the funding our town receives. I've heard from community members who are afraid to go out into public due to ICE presence, and these are citizens who are fearful of getting caught up in things because of the color of their skin or the language they speak. I've heard from community members with diverse identities who no longer trust that they will be treated as equal citizens. And as folks have talked a lot about wildfires tonight, I've heard from a lot of people who were already very concerned about wildfire risk in our communities, who are now worried that accelerated climate change may lead to local devastation. And as a few people have mentioned, that our emergency funds, which may be at risk, that may have not been received yet, are really key to making sure that we can manage those types of crises. Since November, I have also been heartened by seeing other local jurisdictions and our county make explicit statements that recommit to protecting all residents. But this also leaves me wondering why my town has not done the same. It has left many of us fearful and unsure of where you stand or what you will do when push comes to shove, whether that be for federal funding or any other impact that we may experience. And I respectfully ask the town will stand up for our community and make a plan to not only help us through the uncertainty of the funding landscape, but also reaffirm our commitment to respecting and protecting all Los Gatos residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more speakers online?
Yes, one more. Hayumuma.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, so this is actually Carmen Lowe. Good evening. My name is Carmen Lowe. I'm a resident of Los Gatos.
I serve on the Los Gatos Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, but I come here tonight not in my capacity as commissioner, but as a resident. So first, I want to thank the Town Council for taking on this really important discussion about the potential loss of federal funding as a result of the executive orders. I truly do not envy the position that you're in now, because you're having to make a risk calculus of how to navigate this environment to keep federal funding that I understand is critical to the programs in our town in a really volatile environment, and with an administration that has made it really clear that they do not respect the rule of law. What we have seen from federal leadership is that obedience does not buy you safety, and it will not ensure our town's federal funding. They are using tactics of fear-mongering, of dividing our communities, scapegoating our vulnerable populations, making traditionally safe spaces like schools and places of worship into targets of ICE raids, where the federal government has had court injunctions against their actions. They have not abided by those court orders or by the rule of law. So the Town Council, we understand that these funding decisions are very important. And as you're making this risk calculus, it's also really important to recognize that it cannot be done at the expense of keeping our members safe and signaling that you have people's backs. And people are truly looking to you for guidance. Actions that you can take is that as you're making these decisions about funding and how you can potentially decrease risk to the town, is to not be limiting any type of program that has been viewed as being attacked by the federal government, specifically regarding diversity and equity, ways that we can make our town more inclusive, programs that relate to important environmental projects, and initiatives that provide services to our vulnerable populations. Further, I think it's important that people are looking to you to make a statement and to really reaffirm that the town of Los Gatos is committed, and to reassure us that we are committed to our civil and human rights, that town resources will not be used to target immigrant and other vulnerable populations. And we really should be reaffirming things like the Los Gatos Resolution of 2017-024, and that we're going to be standing with people who are currently being attacked. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now close the public comment portion of this item and go to council members for questions of staff. This is not an action agenda item, but it's certainly one that we want to get as much information out there to the public. And I want to thank the public for speaking and for coming forward about an issue that is very challenging for you all and for our community. So we'll move to questions. Council members, yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you to all of our public commenters this evening. I felt that your comments were very powerful and gave us clear asks that I hope we can fulfill. The comments demonstrate a clear desire from the community for us to take action. Thank you to staff for your informative report. The report showing millions of dollars in jeopardy of being withheld by the federal government I found to be very sobering. Fundamentally, I believe that the town of Los Gatos has a responsibility and an obligation to stand up for our residents and tackle these blatant attacks on our community head on. I believe that this discussion is an important first step towards addressing these issues. I have a number of comments, but I'll just start with a few. My first question is, which of these grants or assistance that were listed in the report did we expect to already have received reimbursement or funding for that we haven't yet? You addressed this a little bit at the beginning with one of them, but what about the others?
Thank you for the question, Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. We have not experienced any delays that you're suggesting.
That's great news. So Outside of the direct federal allocations we receive, do we have a sense of what portions of the county or state pass-through dollars we receive can trace their roots back to the federal government?
So again, as the town manager mentioned, we've compiled the list to the best of our abilities. There may be smaller grants or other things that have not been finalized yet that aren't included. But for the most part, we don't see other sources of federal funding other than kind of these more project-based types of grant funding. It's not in other sources of revenue that we would be getting.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more for now. In the wake of the LA fires, I feel that the potential loss of vegetation management and wildfire fuel abatement funding is especially concerning, and I think we've heard that this evening. If we were to lose the millions of dollars in the report of federal funding we receive from FEMA and the U.S. Forest Service, do we have any alternative funding sources to continue our vegetation management efforts?
We currently match 50% of some of these funding sources. There's one grant that we've submitted for an extension, and we're waiting to hear back on approval of that extension. It's a $750,000 match to our $750,000. The council, if in the case those grants are pulled, the allocation the council has made, you can still make those allocations, would be about half the total dollar amounts. You also can increase that allocation from other sources that would, right at this point, be reserve funds. So it may result in us having to reduce funding in other allocated projects or take some of the unallocated or unassigned fund balance to cover it.
Okay, and then just a quick follow-up on that. So if we were to be forced to have the funding for our vegetation management efforts, and I hear that we can, move money around, how much would that restrict or limit the work that we're able to do?
Well, I think if you cut the funding in half, we're probably going to do around half the amount of work. We're currently closing the recruitment of our emergency manager. We expect to have somebody with experience that can come and evaluate all our programming and how we tackle the hillside wildfire risk, as well as the risk that's throughout the rest of the community. And then to propose what our plan is going forward. And that may also consider what happens if these funding sources are impacted, how we tackle it, what's most effective given the resources we have. We may make a call that the degree of vegetation management investment, if it's a smaller dollar amount, may be better served in one way versus another. We're just kind of waiting to see.
Thank you.
Just wanted to follow up on that. So in looking at the grants on attachment 1, it looks to me like a couple of the grants are 30% match, or the town matches 30%. And so just back of the envelope, it looks like the town needs to provide 1.7 million out of 5.4 million total. So it looks to me like it might be a little bit more than 50%, according to the sheet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't count all the numbers, but it looks about right. Our commitment is 1.7 million.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Ristel.
Thank you. I'm just bringing this up. I don't know if we have an answer, but as Los Gatos is impacted potentially with having federal money at risk for our vegetation management, I would assume that our other nearby municipalities are facing the same issues. Do we know if Monte Sereno or Saratoga or the county, which, fire knows no boundary, are we looking at risk all around us?
Are we looking at risk? I think you had two questions there. One, what's happening in other jurisdictions? We didn't look at them specifically, but I imagine everybody is going through the same calculus as to what does this mean for our funding at this point. Until we get more guidance from the federal government, it's a little more challenging to determine it. So when a congressman can't tell us exactly what the outcome is going to be, it's very challenging for us to then just assess on our own. I think what's in our control is, do you proceed with a grant-funded project when you don't know if the funding will be there a year down the road, especially if it's a reimbursement type project where you incur the expenses out of the general fund and then you seek to get that payment back that may or may not be there. Before we cross that point at which we would say go, no go, we would have to have that conversation about strategic priorities and be willing to say we're committed to going forward in that area, irrespective if the federal money is there or not. And that may be at a lower dollar amount to lower the risk.
Okay, so that will be coming before us. I mean, we'll be having to think about this, about how much financial risk we want to take moving forward versus wildfire risk.
I think at this point, we're waiting to see what's going to come down the pike from the federal government. In terms of the wildfire, we've already started doing work. That's been advertised. The press has written about it.
Yeah.
We can proceed to continue doing the work up until the dollar amount that we've committed towards these grants. And just understand that if there's no way to get the federal money or it disappears, at least we committed to 1.7 million and continued the work that we know is one of our top 3 priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I wanted to know, and we don't administer these programs, so it's okay if we don't know, but especially in response to some of the comments I heard, do we have any sense of what portion of our residents in Los Gatos receive federal assistance money, programs like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and SNAP?
We do not have that information.
Okay. I think it'd be helpful moving forward. I'm sure because the county does administer those programs, I think it'd be helpful to reach out to them and see just how impacted our funding for those programs could be, because there are, as we are well aware, massive proposed cuts to these programs. And I believe that our older adult and low income residents are going to disproportionately suffer if those programs are cut. The town of Los Gatos currently funds programs like Live Oak Senior Nutrition, Live Oak Adult Day Services, West Valley Community Services, among many, many others that provide food, care, and assistance. And I think that if these programs are cut, it will have a direct impact on Los Gatos, because there are going to be more and more residents of our community in need of these services. So I think that we have work to do to figure out how we can continue to support these residents as we have in years past.
I think we can ask the county and see what they can provide us with regards to direct impact through the county and federal programs. In terms of what does this mean going forward and how do we respond, town staff already presented the multi-million-dollar deficit that did not consider any of the implications of the federal programs. And so we are working internally to identify how to best approach that deficit to provide the council some options. This issue and the desire of the council to continue to shore up what the federal government or county cannot provide will add to that pressure, and it's a consideration that you're going to have to balance with the entire totality of that deficit.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rennie, do you have your hand up?
I did, but I think the town manager answered my question in response to, I think it was Councilmember Risto's comments and questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Rennie brought up a lot of the concerns that I have, because right now the town is giving grants to Live Oak Nutrition. I mean, we're giving money toward nutrition for seniors. We're giving money for rental assistance, and those things are absolutely critical for people that are like right at the edge. And I am incredibly concerned that future changes at the federal level are going to impact our residents. So I would ask staff if we definitely can find out a couple of things. One is how many of our residents are on Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, and also I think we're going to want to stay in close contact with Live Oak Nutrition Center to see if their attendees start going up, and if the extra money we're giving is covering the difference, because they had a fixed amount of money from the county and we gave additional money, and I know that they often serve over 100 people a day. It can go above that. So I'll want to know if they're being covered right now. And then for the rental assistance, we have grants out to 2 different groups, a faith-based group and the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. I'll be interested in knowing before grants come forward if their asks are increasing. Because we do know that, I don't know how we'll figure out the money, and the budget's can be an interesting time, but there is no more effective way we can prevent people from becoming homeless than doing rental assistance when it's critical. And getting people back in housing, ignoring the humane side of it, which you can't, is also incredibly expensive. to our community. So I don't know how we can track that, but I think it's going to be important to track it to see if the need is increasing or if what we've allocated last year is adequate. I also know some of those programs are co-funded by the county. So Live Oak gets money from the county. I don't know if that money is at risk. I mean, I think this is a whole cascading disaster potentially.
I can completely appreciate that. The one thing I would ask that after the council members all have had a chance to speak, I would like the council collectively to give the direction to staff. It makes it really challenging when you get separate requests, whether or not you commit resources and change priorities on the basis of that, and whether that's the view of the whole council. So at least in the end, if we can just summarize what you would like us to come back with, then we'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Then I'll throw that out for council consideration when we come to action later.
Yeah, if I could just make a comment, I think it's important during this time that we start to build up an understanding of the impacts on the people who live here, whether that funding is coming through a grant program for directly to do vegetation management, or whether it's to social services of our residents. But I would also point out that we can try to get some base information about who the people are who might be affected, but the actual effect is really in, I would say, chaos right now. You have one executive order that says it's a temporary pause, and then you have another executive order that withdraws that first order, and and then you have other court actions that are restoring some funding, and then you have other actions that may further resist that funding and that need to be challenged. So there's a period of time that we're in now where there's a lot of uncertainty about these funds. I think all we really need to focus on are what are the potential impacts, who could potentially be impacted. But my comment would be that it wouldn't be wise for us to start taking action to move money from other allocated services to the potential loss of funding on some of these grants until we better know where we stand, and that probably will be maybe 4 months, maybe 6 months time when we have a little better clarity. Because if, for instance, we were going to lose 3.7 million in vegetation management, well, that's not a nice to have. That's something that protects our residents. So if, in fact, we're going to lose that kind of funding, then we would have to look closely at what other services, what might we curtail in order to move money over to that essential service, and make trade-offs that go above and beyond the projected shortfall in our budget. So I'm saying I'm not in favor of taking action at this point to move money around, because I think we're in a lot of uncertainty, and it would be better to get a little bit more clarity on it. Plus, I think we, on the vegetation management, have the ability to spend money that we've allocated to get started on it, and we're not going to have to wait for that to happen. So I think it would make sense to come back to this with trade-offs and decisions, maybe in 4 months or 6 months, when there's better clarity about whether this last column of amount not yet received is likely to be received or is likely to go away. I don't think we really have very much visibility on that at this point. So it's my opinion. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
So I agree. The conversation tonight, the public input, and staff's report has been very enlightening for, I think, all of us. I support staff's conclusion that they and the town council continue to monitor this situation. It's ever evolving. We have assurance that there are reserve funds that can be reallocated if necessary, keeping in mind our strategic priorities. I'm an optimist. I'm hoping that we get more clarity in the upcoming weeks, because again, I understand there is chaos at this point, but we do need more clarity to make responsible decisions going forward.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I would add that I also agree that we need to be careful about overreacting at this point, because it is a lot of chaos that we're not sure. As you said, it's one order and then they change their mind and they're not quite sure how really what they want to cut and not cut. And, I think we've heard, for example, a lot of our money's coming from FEMA. Well, we've heard they want to cut some employees at FEMA, but are they going to cut grants? We don't know. And my opinion is to be careful about doing a bunch of busy work that doesn't get us anywhere until we actually know where the help is needed. And we heard from our residents the help could go way beyond what's listed on this chart. And in my opinion, the best way to be ready for that is to be careful with our budget. Budget season for us is coming soon. And our budgets of late, we've been drawing some out of our reserves or our pension funds or something to balance our budgets. But to have some money available in reserves to push it in the direction where the help really is needed is probably the best contingency plan we could do at this point. In other words, I'm saying careful not to spend down our reserves so we have available to do the help where it's needed. It was suggested that we go do a bunch of work to understand who's on Medicare and SNAP and Medicaid in our town. Well, we don't really know what's going to be cut in those programs, which programs are going to be cut, who they're going to affect. If it's not much work, sure, but if it's taking up precious staff time on something that might not happen, I'm a little bit hesitant to do that at this point. We need a little more clarity. Let's get the work that's in front of us done now so we have extra bandwidth to then go solve the real problem when it does occur.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So the comments that I've heard tonight from our community, I think, show just how crucial it is for the Los Gatos Town Council to take some action this evening. I believe that the possible cuts and the scale of disruption that they would cause, the town needs to prepare for a variety of scenarios and begin thinking about scenario planning for how to maintain our services, given how bad the worst case scenarios are. Like I shared earlier, I see some of the most direct impacts as the potential loss of funding for vegetation management and wildfire fuel abatement that are currently at risk. I believe that in no uncertain terms, losing this funding would have catastrophic impacts on our community. And I know staff is working hard to secure this outstanding funding, but I do think that is the right first step. But I believe that we need to collectively begin planning for how to mitigate the impacts. Other cities have already done this. Cities in Santa Clara like Palo Alto, Mountain View, and San Jose have taken decisive action to reaffirm their commitment to their residents. Perhaps even a more similar example to Los Gatos, the town of Truckee is a town that, like Los Gatos, is surrounded by forested areas, has a small population of only about 17,000 people, and relies on huge amounts of federal funding to keep their community safe from wildfire. They are surrounded on all sides by national forest. Truckee recently passed 2 resolutions. The first resolution opposed the impacts to forest health and wildfire mitigation efforts resulting from funding cuts and staff reductions. The second resolution raised concerns over over the adverse social and economic consequences of those cuts. I believe that moving forward, we absolutely have to take action, and I think that one thing is undeniable, that Los Gatos is at huge risk for being negatively impacted by the federal administration, and we must ensure that this is the first of many conversations about how to respond. Just a couple other comments. If people are not convinced about the risk of these key funding programs, let me share a few quotes with you. Elon Musk, who has been a topic of conversation this evening, recently said, quote, "Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, and that most federal spending is entitlements. That's the one to eliminate." Donald Trump has backed a plan in Congress that would cut $880 billion in Medicaid funding. About 15 million lower income and disabled Californians rely on Medicaid to cover their medical expenses. Another 5 million older Californians rely on Medicare. I believe that this is a time that Los Gatos can really step up and ensure that we can continue to provide services for our residents given the impact of the hurricane of proposed federal funding cuts. I'll end by sharing how some Los Gatos residents answered the question that I posed online. What are your biggest concerns for our community as it relates to federal funding? I posted this in anticipation of this event. I received about 24 replies, and here are a few of the highlights. Our ability to continue building infrastructure projects. Social Security, so we don't end up with more homeless seniors. Our schools and homes are adjacent to high fire risk zones, and we could lose wildfire protection funding. The gutting of EPA and environmental regulations will have far-reaching and long-lasting impacts that will negatively impact the earth and our community for years to come. Feeding and housing people, and finally, when the federal government fails, local government needs to step in. That last one really spoke to me, that's exactly how I feel. When the federal government fails, local government needs to step in. Our residents are asking for us to act, and I believe that we should listen to them. I do have a motion, but if there are any other comments, I am happy to wait.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody who came and spoke tonight. I do hear from our community that they want to know that their town council stands behind them and stands together. I agree with the last quote that Councilmember Moore made, that when federal government fails, local government steps up. I also appreciate the comments made, particularly by Carla Albright, about how our community, this was a theme of a conference I was just at, how a community needs to come together and support each other. So, we've talked about this with wildfire. We've talked about it with other issues. Local government can't do everything. We can't take care of you. We don't have a budget to make up the differences that we could lose at a federal level. We do have the ability, we're all local, we're all residents, to look out for each other, support each other, find ways to connect. And to the extent that the local government can help facilitate those connections, I think that is our role. And, one example I think about is the fact that, until a few years ago, the town wasn't doing anything for our unhoused or some of our vulnerable residents. And it was through the action of our faith-based communities who were already boots on the ground, knew our unhoused, had set up a shower program, had set up food program, that we were able, with our community's money, to add to that a small amount that we could never, ever afford the actual work that our community members were doing, but we could add money to make it possible to alleviate the suffering of some of our most vulnerable residents. And then the Anti-Racism Coalition stepped up, and we've given them money for rental assistance, which has been instrumental in keeping people from falling out of housing. And so I think as we go forward, we're always going to have to look at how does the community collectively want to solve a problem, and what role can the council play, either in adding some funding or adding connectivity or elevating this work and these concerns. I want to go back to comments I made before. I do not want to direct staff to do anything. I think, I don't know what's going to be in your motion. The only thing I wanted to know is, can we find out from the county? If it takes no work from us, just find out how many residents. My request would be just that we have a working number. We know approximately how many residents are on SNAP, Medicare, and Medicaid. Those are big programs that big changes in that can make a giant difference in our community. So just having that information, and then, I personally can just go check with the people running other programs and say, hey, are your asks increasing? I mean, I don't want to I think just to monitor that. I don't want to move any money around right now. I agree. We move forward with the wildfire mitigation that we could afford, and then we're going to have, that we've already allocated our matching fund, and then we'll have to make a decision when and if we know we have further funding, how we do it. So with that, I will defer to the Vice Mayor's motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move to direct staff to return to the town council every other month for the next year with an agenda item addressing the local financial impacts of action from the federal government. Further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take to protect our community members from the negative impacts of the federal administration more generally and the ways we can mitigate harmful budgetary, programmatic, and service consequences.
Member Risto?
Before I second the motion, I want to ask staff, is every other month pretty onerous, or is that, if it's a minor agenda item with minimal reporting?
Coming back to council and reporting every other month is not going to be a problem. I think you really need to think about the secondary effects of what you're conveying. You're conveying a seriousness of us having to be prepared to respond. That the question I have for the council is, should I be taking actions today to conserve expended funds, such as should I be freezing positions of staff to save that funding to be available and to be able to jump in and assist what the federal or county government can't do? Because I don't want to go fast forward 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, and we want to commit $1 million towards supporting and bridging the gap of what the federal government doesn't do, but yet I can generate $1 million in salary savings by freezing positions, knowing that those positions, some of them are in critical areas of the town. So I need that guidance.
Okay. I mean, I'll second the motion.
Vice Mayor?
And just to answer that question, that was not at all the intention of my motion. I don't think that we are close to there yet. I think that the budget, when we discuss the budget, I think there will obviously be these overlays, right? That we have to understand that our federal sources of money, as laid out in the staff report, are at risk. But I am not asking staff to freeze any positions or take measures now to respond directly. What I'm asking for is a similar report to the one we received this evening, updating us on the impacts of the federal government locally and allowing the council the opportunity to have a discussion about how we can move forward.
Couple questions for staff. Regarding this, when will we be receiving the budget, and will that budget provide information about federal grants and federal funding?
Turn to the finance director. I don't know the date, if it's the joint meeting of the 28th or...
Yes, thank you. We are producing the budget, and 1 week before March, I believe it's April 21st, we are publishing it for the public, and we are going to have the next week, next Monday, we are going to discuss it with the Finance Commission. And all the information that we have as far, we will build into the budget regarding the federal funding.
Just for clarity, the budget will be released publicly the 21st, and the 28th, that following Monday, it goes to Finance or Finance and Council?
It all goes to Finance, and I'm just checking my date. Yes, we are releasing the budget April 21st, and we have our first Finance Commission meeting on the 28th. We are deliberating with the Finance Commission on the 5th, May 5th and May 12th, and the Council will receive the budget May 20th.
And if I may, in that budget presentation, I know it's my first time going through the budget development process, and I didn't want to make a lot of changes, but there are a couple of things that I am changing. I may be looking at some reductions for the actual budget that will be presented. Not massive. We're not shoring up $5 million in the budget. We are working internally, and I'll be guiding senior staff tomorrow to prepare reduction proposals to allow the council to have the opportunity to decide on how you want to best shore up the budget in the end, whether that's expenditure reductions, increases in new revenue opportunities, or to dip into reserves to cover not having to reduce programs and services and not having to increase fees and other revenue measures. I think that's the fairest way to bring forth to council so that you have a chance to make the policy decisions on what gets funded as opposed to me recommending a budget with multi-million-dollar reductions. The reason I ask about the staff part of this is it feels like we're looking at wanting to be prepared that if there is, let's say, a really significant impact on some of our nonprofits that receive sustaining grants, that they need to now up staff and up service our community, that you want to be in a position to be able to support that at some point. And so if that's the case, the concern I have is I'm trying to balance the deficit, filling positions, which we're doing a really good job on, and then how do I pay for what you're going to ask potentially later on in the year, knowing that as a governmental agency, we find it hard to say no and to do less. And so what we're doing would be expanding, so I just need to know how to make the right recommendations.
So if I could follow up, I had a couple of follow-up questions. So the motion calls for returning to council every other month. Would that be, in your mind, in addition to preparing the budget between now and May 20th when it's adopted?
I think us reporting back to council isn't the issue. We'll know if something comes down the federal government pike that says this grant you're not receiving or we're removing this funding. That part's not the issue. That won't necessarily align with the budget. So the next time we will be discussing these grants will be June, since we are in May. So you would have already had the budget. You would have already had items for potential consideration, and yet we would not receive necessarily an update. My intent is if we do receive definitive information about impacts on grants or direct funding to the town, I'm not waiting for a council meeting. I will be conveying that out to the council directly.
Okay, so you will be conveying information about the federal funding and the risk to some of the grants when it happens. You won't be waiting until the council meeting every other month to convey that. Is that correct?
Correct, and I'm thinking maybe the weekly memo that also goes out to the public is the proper venue to at least advise you. If it's a really significant time-sensitive issue, it would be an email to council, and we would then report if this motion is approved. We would just report at every other month what's the status, have we heard anything different, as just a basic report.
And then, if I may, I had one more question. I believe part of the motion was to report back on the negative impacts of the federal government generally. Do you understand how that would be provided?
I didn't interpret it as that. I think it was specific to the funding that we would have received.
I can reread the motion if that's helpful, and then just Town Manager Constantine, to answer your question about supporting community partners. That is not at all the intention of my motion, and I hope I'm making that clear. I do not expect staff to start reshaping the budget because of anticipated losses. I just don't think we're there yet. The intention of this item being reoccurring is that we can continue to have these conversations. So the motion is, I move to direct staff to return to the town council every other month, and I should say, we don't meet in July, so it would skip to August. It would be my intention. Every other month, with an agenda item similar to the one we received this evening, addressing the local financial impacts of action from the federal government. Further, separate from that, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members to discuss the possible actions the town council can take to protect our community members from the negative impacts of the federal government more generally, and the ways we can mitigate harmful budgetary, programmatic, and service consequences. And so the intention of that second part is not for staff to come back and prepare a bunch of information about that, but it is to allow the council the opportunity to discuss the broader impacts of action from the federal government.
So I am concerned about the reporting on the general impacts, the impacts of the federal government generally. It is not couched with, it isn't specified with regard to funding from the federal government as it reads. It is about impacts from the federal government generally, and I think that is beyond the purview of the leadership of the town of Los Gatos to take on potential impacts of the federal government generally. Vice Mayor.
And I'll just clarify again that I am not asking for staff to report about that. What I am asking for is for the council to be able to discuss the issue more generally. And that could be a variety of things, like like a lot of other cities in our community have done, speaking about, you know, if in 2 months, I just think that this will help facilitate a broader conversation about the topic.
I think I understand that you're seeking a broader conversation than the funding issue. Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. I think if information comes forward that the town's federal funding is compromised, I trust our town manager to bring it to the town council. I would rather wait for clarity, as we discussed earlier, that should be coming in the next few weeks, and wait to receive more information on our budget.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. One comment I had is if we're going to revisit this every 2 months, I would suggest that, you know, the next update be included with the budget. So, you know, that could just be dovetailed in there when we're discussing the budget, or was I mean, because we're going to be there in 2 months, basically. So I don't think it has to be a separate issue.
I don't think we need direction to be able to answer questions about. I think in that case, during the budget, I think the council asking questions about what's the current status of the impact of federal grants, what have you considered in the budget with regards to any shortfalls that may have come from the federal government, or do you have any recommendations about how we should consider these issues?
Okay. And then in terms of, you know, I'm not asking to direct any money toward anything. I would just like to know where our community stands, because we do have a community grant program, and we decide each year how much money goes into it. And so when we're doing the budget, it'll be important to know, you know, whether we can afford the community grant program, how we're going to allocate the money, how much money goes in there, and what the need is. And so that was my main reason to want to kind of monitor, as we have grants out there, is more needed, or how do we do that, and how do we afford it, and can we afford it? So that was my question about that. I think the Vice Mayor's comment about wanting to allow this item to be discussing full impacts allows the opportunity for our community to discuss some of the other needs without tying it so specifically to financial. So I think that's what I'm seeing about it, so that if speakers need to get up and talk about impacts in their lives or what's happening with the federal government, that we're not restricting it only to financial impacts to the town's budget, is what I'm seeing. So it's just a little more open. And then I don't necessarily have faith that the chaos is going to die down in a few weeks. And so I'm not going to put a time on it or say we should have clarity in a couple months. We may not have clarity for 4 years. So I don't think we'll just wait and it'll work out. I'd like to think that, but hope is not a strategy. And so I just think for transparency for our community and for them to feel heard, we just need to visit this every couple of months so our community understands that their voice is heard, that we understand what our community needs, and that we have the opportunity, if we can't deal with things financially, to figure out how else these connections can be made. And that was my reason for wanting to continue this conversation.
Councilmember Rennie.
So I agree it's important for the community to be heard. You know, the expectation is if we have this on the agenda every 2 months, I don't think our citizens want us to just discuss it, that if there is a need that we can do something, and it's going to most likely be budget related. So it seems to me at budget time, we need to think about keeping open option, because usually we set a budget once a year, right? And then we can't be continually changing the budget easily unless we think about structuring our budget in a way that has some contingency in it that allows us to address things. And then this discussion every 2 months, if something really has happened and we really need to do something to help, we have something in the budget already without having to change the budget that we could do something with. So I'm inclined to support this motion, but at the same time recommending that at our budget decision time that we try to think of a way to keep open our ability to do something when we have these conversations. Otherwise, they're just conversations. Thanks.
So I just wanted to say that I don't think this topic needs to be constrained to the budget, but I do think it needs to be constrained to town services. We were elected to represent folks and to do things that are within the purview of the town. And I don't think that discussing negative impacts of the federal government generally fits within that purview. I think that it is not productive. I think that there are more productive outlets to voice concerns with the federal government, including protests and including interaction with folks who have that within their purview. But I think that putting as a regular agenda item to discuss the negative impacts of the federal government generally goes beyond what I feel that I've been elected to do, to serve residents. I'm not elected to use this as a soapbox to go off on things that the town has no control over. And so I can personally protest, I can personally get involved in things, but I don't believe in using the town resource to every 2 months to discuss the negative impacts of the federal government generally. And so I have a difficult time understanding how this motion serves the folks of Los Gatos if impacts of federal government generally fall outside of what the town can actually do through its legislative and administrative capability. I think that it's misleading as well to our folks in town to provide a soapbox. And I think that requirement to have a discussion about negative impacts of federal government generally on a regular basis is something that I'm very uncomfortable with supporting based on my understanding of why I was elected. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I might propose to the maker of the motion, the vice mayor, maybe we alter the words instead of that last part to leave it open that if there are concerns that impact us at a local level by new changes at the federal government, because we don't know what the future holds, and instead of saying negative impacts, what changes will happen that are impacting residents at a local level. I can come up with some scenarios, but I won't do that. For example, if we find out that we're going to lose funding because we have a DEI commission, we have to have a discussion about, what do we do about that? So I'm just thinking leaving it open enough that as further changes occur, if they create new issues at the local level.
I would say that
I'm
it's
submitting that to-
moving, if
okay.
I may, it's moving in a direction, but for me, it still has to be linked to town services and the role of the local government in the services that are provided in Los Gatos. And so for me, and I was supportive of putting this item on the agenda today because it is directly linked to the services that we might provide, and maybe there are some that are not grants and other kinds of requirements, but it would, for me, it would have to tie to town services. Let's go to Rob Rennie.
Yeah, so I tend to agree with you, Mayor, that maybe the wording can be changed, and I wouldn't just say town services because we support other services in town that I can't really call them town services, but we do support them. The nonprofits we support, we even support NUMU in a way, right? So if they lose their grants, there's a lot of concern, but what's actually going to happen? So the wording, should be something more like, that affects our town services or affects the nonprofits that we support, so that we can actually maybe support them more if we can.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I do not at all mean to beat a dead horse here, but I will clarify what the motion says. I think it addresses what everyone is talking about, but if it doesn't, I'm happy to modify. The second half says, further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take to protect our community members, so people in Los Gatos, from the negative impacts of the federal administration. So I'm not talking about addressing all of the impacts everywhere. I'm talking about the actions that this body and this organization is able to take. I could say the town of Los Gatos, the actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally. But I think that if we restrict it to town services, Medicaid is not a town service, cuts to the EPA do not involve town services, and those things have direct impacts on our residents, and that's what I want to make sure we can discuss.
Well, so to respond, I think the point about services that are provided by nonprofits, I think, is very much of a concern, and it's a very unknown area. Most of that nonprofit funding comes from the county right now. County is facing a $3.7 billion shortfall if these executive actions occur. And so I think that looking at in this review the potential loss of services to our residents that are provided by nonprofits, particularly if that nonprofit is also being supported by the town to some degree, now I think might make some sense. But I'm still concerned that there would be other impacts. So I'm saying I'm not able to support the motion at this point. If we'd like to take a recess and draft something, perhaps something that we could read, that I'd be open to that. But if the council feels like they're ready to move forward on it, then we can move forward to a vote. Vice Mayor?
I think adding the word locally to it makes it abundantly clear that we're talking about the town of Los Gatos. And so I would modify the motion, the end of the motion to say, discuss possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to protect our community members from the negative impacts of federal administration, et cetera. Does that alleviate the concerns from other council members or not?
Well, if I could respond to that,
I think I know.
It doesn't alleviate the concern because other actions that the town could take locally, I think opens the door to a lot of other areas that are frankly not within the purview of town services. And so for me, the link is to the services that we provide for our residents. And that's essentially the organization that we are. We are not an organization that can go against state law and go against other law in terms of providing protections against the Immigration Service. I think that the state has an adequate law for that, and so I have the fear that without it relating to services, it becomes an open door to a whole debate on a whole series of other issues that are not within the purview of the town. So I'm still not comfortable with that one-word addition. So. Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, so I've not changed my position. There's still too many what-ifs to place this as a regular agenda item every other month. The sky is not falling right now. We have some real threats now. I mean, we have builder's remedy applications to contend with. We have 4 rows back there filled with people that want to hear what's happening to Newtown. These are pressing issues that I feel that they've been waiting patiently, and I haven't heard any of them come forward to speak on this particular issue. They want their issue heard. So again, when we start talking about what ifs, to me, it goes back to the guise of further conversations just being a soapbox without anything real becoming of it, unless we have more information that I hope to get, that we should get, especially after we have budget information.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I'd like to think we can walk and chew gum, so I think we can handle all of the issues. I actually concur with the mayor. Maybe we can take it's after 9 anyway, take maybe a 10-minute break, and if there wants to be some suggestion of a potential rewording of this motion, can we take a break while we've got a motion and a second on the table? Or can I make a substitute motion that we take a break?
We can take a break.
Yes. Okay.
So
I think that would be productive.
Okay, so let's break till 9:25. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. We'd like to resume our hearing. And so to remind everyone, we have continuing discussions on item 12. We have closed public comment on that item, and the council is in discussion about how to proceed. So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I would like to amend my motion to read, I move to direct staff to return to the town council every other month, skipping July, with an agenda item addressing the local financial impacts of action from the federal government. Further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members and residents to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to support our community members, to protect our community members from the impacts of the federal government and the ways we can mitigate harmful budgetary, programmatic, and service consequences.
Okay, seconder, you accept the changes?
I do.
Okay. So I'm still struggling with the breadth of the possible agenda items that would recur, and I am concerned about the phrase "to protect our community members from impacts of the federal administration." I think that can go into areas that are way beyond the scope of our services. So I'd like to offer an alternate motion, and I'll read what that is. I move to, the first sentence is the same, I move to direct staff to return to the town council every other month, skipping July, with an agenda item addressing the local financial impacts of action from the federal government. Further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members and residents to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to, and then I'm substituting the following language. So it's all been the same up to that point. And so it's to provide services to our residents in response to federal funding cuts or curtailment of services, period. And so I'm offering that as an alternate motion, and I wonder if there's a second for that. Okay, no support for that motion, so that fails. Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
So you didn't get any support. I would have said maybe you could add some wording around. You said curtailment or effect to services, but I would clarify to say town services are services of organizations that we support.
Try another alternate motion, if that's allowed. So the first sentence is as the Vice Mayor reads. The second is further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members and residents to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to provide services to our residents or town services that the town supports in response to federal funding cuts or curtailment of services. Is that the meaning, Councilmember Ennie, that you were looking for?
So you said town services or services the town supports, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay. So I think the procedure is that we have discussion of the alternate motion first, and then a vote on the alternate, and then we move to the original motion. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I think, so now it's honed just to services. There can be other impacts that aren't specifically services. And, you know, in the first motion, you know, one of the things I looked at where the second part says, provide opportunity for council members and residents to discuss possible actions from the town of Los Gatos can take locally. I was thinking to say, instead of protect our community members, say something about supporting our community members through impacts of the federal administration, and maybe drop the last part of the sentence where that would just be implied. But I know that we are focused on services, but there's other things we might do that might not be services. And I also realize that if this is so narrow, we can always create a new agenda item at some point, but I just feel like it's almost cut too narrow.
Okay, other reactions, Vice Mayor?
So I will not support the alternate motion. I think it unnecessarily narrows what we can discuss. I think something like if there was direction from the federal government to dismantle all DEI commissions, that would not be something that we could discuss. I think there's a variety of things that I think are important. That the whole point of this is that we're in unpredictable territory. I am fine if Councilmember Risto wants to make a third alternate motion that is what her language is, to support our community members through the impacts of the federal administration. I don't know if that's perfect.
Yeah, so we're still debating the motion that's on the table right now, which is the alternate. And I would be concerned with broadening that to support our community members from impacts of the federal administration. I think that gets into areas that are way beyond the purview of the town. I think it could open the council up to a lot of time spent on things that we can't actually make happen. And so I think that we can make services happen, and if that's not enough, then we can go further than that. But I think that opening that at this point would open it to a lot of areas, supporting our community members, which is important to do, but supporting our community members for things that we can't actually do something about is lip service, and I really don't think it's worth the time putting that in place. So let me go to the Vice Mayor first.
Thank you. So I will introduce a third alternate motion. Same first sentence, I move to direct staff. Second sentence reads, further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members and residents to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to support our community members from the impacts of the federal administration.
Is the rest of your sentence?
No, so that's it. That was the suggestion from Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, so discussion on the third alternate. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, we're not going to be able to do everything, so if we limit it to services, there may be services that our residents need that we actually can't provide. We can't provide financially, so I don't think we're making a promise that if we discuss it, we'll be able to do it. there could be other levels of support from other threats or other changes that we can't anticipate, which is why I want it broadened beyond services. That doesn't apply just to anything. And I do guarantee there may be services our residents need that we will not be able to afford. So it doesn't mean that we can do anything in every case.
Well, I understand, and in the alternate motion, it specified town services for our to our residents or support services that we or that the town provides. So it was specific to town services. So just a comment to that. But at any rate, let's see. Are there other comments? Okay, then I will call the question on the. Really, it's the second alternate from Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, sorry. Roll call.
Councilmember Esta?
Aye.
Councilmember Any?
No.
Councilmember Padami?
No.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudis?
No. So I think procedurally we move on to the alternate motion, and if anyone would like, I can read it again, or if you're tired of hearing it, we can just move. Okay.
And I'll just say, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I again, an example, I think I could name 100 examples of things that impact the town of Los Gatos that are not town services. The DEI Commission, for instance, is not a town service. So if there is action that directly impacts something like the DEI Commission or our Parks and Sustainability Commission or a variety of things that are within the purview of the town of Los Gatos, we could not discuss that. And so that's why I will not be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. While this motion is not as broad as I would like, I will be supporting it because I want to move forward with something. And I think if some federal mandate comes down that we have to get rid of our DEI commission or something, that can be agendized. And so I don't think we're prevented from discussing it. It's just won't come up every 2 months. And while I'm disappointed that the previous motion didn't carry, I want to make sure that we at least do this much.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor,
can you reread the last part? I have to provide services.
Further, this agenda item should provide the opportunity for council members and residents to discuss the possible actions the town of Los Gatos can take locally to provide services to our residents or support services that the town provides, that the town supports in response to federal funding cuts or curtailment of services.
Okay, so here's my other issue with this is that there are a variety of services and organizations within the town of Los Gatos that we don't currently support that we might want to support in the future. And so if we can't talk about those, I think of something like I think there's 100 things. If the federal government decides to start, deporting green card holders in Los Gatos, I think something like talking about the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley would be an important piece of this. And if we are restricting this to current town services or services that the town supports, it's super, super narrow. I don't know why we have to make it so narrow. So I cannot support this.
I understand, and I would just suggest that there would be opportunity. Nothing would prevent council member or the mayor from putting something on the agenda for other actions that the town could take. This is a matter of whether we're routinely going to dedicate time to things that are, I think, very nebulous at this point, and that there's real question about whether the town actually can make a difference on them. So that's my response. I don't want to keep this going all night. So if there's no other comments, then I'm going to, public comment was over for this item. So we are going to call the question on this alternate motion. And so can we have a roll call vote on this, please?
Councilmember Isto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
No.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. Okay, so that passes. So that means that we are done with this item for now. And I think that the dialogue around it was very healthy. I think it made us aware of other potential challenges, and I think that the town is up for the challenges and up for making the decisions that we can, that are within the scope of what we do in local government in Los Gatos. So I'm going to move on to the next item, which is item 13. Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Mayor, may I please make a request that we switch the order and do 14 before 13? Or do you have a lot of speaker cards for?
No, I thought 13 would go very quickly, though. I don't even know if we have any speakers. I don't have any speaker cards for 13.
Okay, thank you.
So I think let's see if we can get through 13 quickly. So could we get the staff report, please?
Yes, good evening. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. I will go briefly. So the CHSSC did recommend the work plan in attachment 2. Staff was able to clarify with the CHSSC that their intent was they don't anticipate any staff time to be necessary. And so all that staff did was reformat that same verbatim work plan to indicate that no staff time is allocated, consistent with other work plans, and that is found in attachment 1, and that is the work plan we're recommending that the council approve.
And so if I could ask a question, have there been any comments from members of the CHSSC about this version of the work plan that's come to the council?
No.
Okay, thank you. So if we don't have any further questions of staff, I'll open this to public comment. So would anyone like to comment on item number 13? Okay, anyone online?
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comment. I would just like to make one comment, is that as liaison to the CHSSC, this was a challenging process in reallocating their efforts to what staff could accommodate, and I think it's a very positive step for the town in recognizing the efforts for our community health and senior services in a way that recognizes the reality of staff's capability to do some of these things. And so I think it's been a very healthy process and one that's come out with a good solution. So I don't have anything else to report from the CHSSC on it. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you, Mayor. Given we have an agreement between staff and our Community Health and Senior Services Commission for their work to go forward, and I appreciate their energy and enthusiasm. I think all of our commissions struggle with wanting to do more, but this is a very effective commission. I move to approve the 2025 Community Health and Senior Services Commission work plan as outlined in attachment 1.
Is there a second? Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Don't see any. I'll call the question. Well, we'll take roll call.
Councilmember Isto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. So that concludes item 12, and now, I'm sorry, item 13, and now we can move to item 14. So item 14 is regarding a tolling agreement. So could we get some background and a staff report on that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney, and I will provide you with a report on item number 14. This is a proposed tolling agreement for the Newtown project. which is a builder's remedy project application located at 15495 Los Gatos Boulevard. The situation is that the applicant has submitted a planning application for the builder's remedy project. The second 90-day period for the applicant to submit a complete planning application expires on March 23rd, 2025. The applicant has a very limited number of items needed to render their planning application complete. The applicant did contact the town because the applicant is interested in a tolling agreement which would toll the deadlines for rendering the builder's remedy project complete, which would allow the applicant to process a new planning application for a different townhome project. The proposed tolling agreement that's in the packet states that the term would be until a final decision has been rendered on the alternative planning application plus the expiration of any appeal periods, or until it has been terminated by either party. The proposed agreement states that either party can initiate termination of the agreement subsequent to a required 30-day period for the parties to meet and confer regarding the agreement. And then either party can submit a notice of termination, and then the agreement would terminate 90 days after that notice of termination had been provided to the other party. Once the tolling agreement term has ended, the applicant would have 5 days remaining to complete the builder's remedy planning application in order to continue processing that application. Since the packet was published, I have had a number of questions about the term of the tolling agreement. And so there are some options to expand upon the conditions under which the tolling agreement would terminate. And so I can either present those now to the town council, or I could wait until after public comment. And I also wanted to note that the applicant is present in chambers and the applicant's counsel is available by Zoom.
Okay, great, thank you. I don't know that it would make sense to hear options at this point. I think we should hear from the public since they've been waiting patiently. But if there's a clarifying question, Councilmember? No. Councilmember Badami?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So we're getting down to the wire here. I mean, March 23rd is 5 days away, and that includes a Saturday and a Sunday. So being that we're down to the wire, what is the limited number of items to complete that the applicant wasn't able to do in almost 6 months?
So one is to submit a tentative map and pay the fee for processing of the tentative map, which is approximately $11,000. And then I'll defer to the Community Development Director on the remaining items.
And this is Sean Mullen, the Planning Manager. In addition to the vesting tentative map, there's a number of requirements related to providing elevations to the buildings to be demolished, some town standards for parking lot striping details, and providing the total disturbed area and the interim erosion control measures in the plan.
Is that something can be done within like a month or two? I mean, does it normally take 6 months to do that?
I would honestly defer to the applicant on that. That's not my area of expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, I'd like to open this to public comment. First speaker, Rich Stevens, followed by Travis Engelman, and then Karen Yamamoto.
Good evening. It is way past my bedtime and I have a lot to say, so I'm going to try and go quickly. My name is Rich Stevens. I was born in Los Gatos in 1965 and have lived here most of my life. The past 26 on Benedict Lane, which is adjacent to the Newtown Plaza, where the property is planning on being built. I have seen this town change over the last 60 years, but there's been nothing like this. I've spent many hundreds of hours over the last year researching and discussing and begging anyone who will listen to me on this issue. So for tolerating me for this long time, please forgive me if I miss anyone. I would like to express my deepest gratitude and thanks to some people first. From the town of Los Gatos, thank you, Mayor Hudes and Vice Mayor Moore. Thank you, Council Members Risto, Badami, and Rennie. Thank you to Town Manager and staff, Town Manager Constantine and staff. Thank you to Community Director Paulson. Thank you to Attorney Whelan. Thank you to Planning Manager Mullen. Thank you to Karen, Amy, Lee, and Rick, as well as others who have participated. Thank you to all the residents of Los Gatos who have gotten involved. Thank you for being here. From Swenson, for your interest in working with us to find an amicable alternative solution for the town site. A huge thank you to David Meads, Mark Pilarczyk, and especially Kay Swenson. Okay, so we are where we are. My hope here tonight is that we look forward to a solution that meets our collective needs and goals. Please, please, no 7-story buildings. They would block our views of the skies, tank our property values, steal our peace, serenity, and security, put our safety at risk, cause us horrible duress, etc., and ultimately drive many out of Los Gatos. My first wish is to protect the roughly 25 businesses that currently occupy Newtown by leaving the property as is. This would help save our town, the current tenants, our neighborhoods, and most importantly, our health. We all have so much time and money invested in our homes. In many cases, our home is our retirement. Having high-rise adjacent to them would affect us in so many horrible ways, collectively, personally, and financially. My first wish, if my first wish isn't possible, my second would be for Swenson to build townhomes in lieu of the towers. This would allow reasonable growth while being far less harmful and obtrusive to all of us. With that said, I support the tolling agreement that was drawn up to give time for Swenson to design a new neighborhood of up to 3-story townhomes with one request. My ask is to add a time limit to the agreement. My hope is that 3 to 6 months is sufficient. I would hope that would be ample time for the developer like Swenson to work with the town to generate an excellent solution. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
I did have a question. There's not a lot of clarity in the alternative proposal for townhomes. I'm wondering if you or your neighbors have had any discussions that put any more meat on what that alternative proposal is.
So I actually submitted a proposal, I think it was 81 townhomes at the time that would fit in that property. There were 3-story elongated garage, 2-car garages, but they were long, tandem, thank you, tandem. And whether it was 81 or 79 or 83, roughly 81, I could fit on that plot. And it made sense to me to have the 3-story townhomes because it gives people the room they need, but also allows Swenson to take advantage of the land that's there. It's less than 4 acres, so they need to take advantage of how they can.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Travis Engelman, and then Karen Yamamoto.
Good evening, Town Council. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Rich, for all the work that you've done on this. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for a long, long time. I grew up on Los Gatos Boulevard there. When I say a long time, I was there when Otto's Garden Room was there. If anybody knows those classy night joint there. So I've been here for quite a while. I don't want to see the businesses go out of business either. My son got his black belt at All Pro Taekwondo, which is there in Newtown. But development is necessary. And I think if we're going to have development, we need to have sane development. And I think everybody agrees that having large 7-story, 9-story, 13-story skyscrapers in Los Gatos does not meet the needs of the town, does not meet the needs of the residents. The people that are living in that area, I'm actually surrounded by 3 of these projects. I can't express to you how scary these are for me. The traffic, my kid running around, going to the park, riding his bike, there's just going to be so many cars coming in. I don't know if we've got the services that can support this kind of population. These are big city type developments, San Francisco, San Jose. probably don't have schools that can support this many people. We probably don't have fire departments that can fight these types of fires. We probably don't have water and sewer and all these other things that I'm sure other people have considered. So all that being said, and I don't want to elongate my time here too much, I would just implore the council to please consider a plan or at least an assessment of what these things are going to do to our city. I think the suggestion earlier at the meeting was a sane one, which was to have an environmental assessment. We may be too far along the path on this particular project for that, but anything that we can do to not have 7-story towers, I think, is a step in the right direction. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Karen Yamamoto.
Hi, my name is Karen Yamamoto. I live on Benedict Lane, right behind Newtown, the development. As I submitted last time on March 4th, I did a supplemental material on fires, earthquakes, and some of the liquefaction that zoning. My main concern has always been safety. I am for affordable low-income housing that will help our housing element and our community. Newtown is not part of the housing element. It will not bring or help with the low-income housing or even affordable. And it's either on a secondary fault line or it's between two fault lines. That's a geological evaluation that needs to be done, and I'd like to know if they did it. It would be very dangerous and reckless and very irresponsible to build two 7-story buildings on a very small area that's between two fault lines. With that said, I am encouraged by the hopes of a 3-story townhome idea. I am open to it. I am supportive of it. If you can't build something that is going to be safe, you shouldn't build it. Plus, the 7-story building, it's not cheap. It's going to be expensive. And we all know what the tariffs are going to do to all that steel that has to be reinforcing that 7-foot building. Plus, it'll put some of our evacuation zones, roads, at risk if there is an earthquake. We've already had 2 within the last week. One in Dublin yesterday, and the other one I can't remember off the top of my head. To make some things up, I'd like to see that Swenson, if they're serious, talk to us. If they're going to do this, propose it now. Don't use this as a stall tactic. Don't waste our time. Because I really hate to get my hopes up. I don't want to see my life or my children's lives ruined by a 7-story building that falls on us. Thank you. Question?
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So I assume that you've had some conversations with the developer?
Nope.
None at all?
None.
Okay. I was under the understanding, maybe I read a news article, that there had been some type of rapport. I was just looking to see if any
Not with me.
Okay.
Maybe with Rich.
Okay.
But not with me.
With Rich. All right. So maybe I should have asked Rich. It's too late. But I was just hoping to see if there was some confidence that had been instilled in you that the townhome project would be something that would be more than just a consideration. But too late for that.
When was the last time you spoke to them?
So, sorry, you have to
I'm
direct
sorry.
to the council.
I don't think it's been recent. I don't believe it's been within the last 3 months.
Oh, okay.
So we'd like to get a meeting to see where they are, to see whether or not they are willing to meet with us and to see what we can come up with, because there's so many options. I don't know about you, but I don't want to live in a 3-story townhome. Only because, have you ever tried to get a bed up to 3 stories? But that's beside the point. So yeah, we'd like to have a meeting if you find out any more information. My main concern is our safety and on the earthquake faults.
Thank you.
More information.
Okay. Julianne Silva Savage.
So I have been a resident of Los Gatos since 1996. Both our boys were raised here. I'm neighbors with most of the people on the benches over there. And for the last 5 years, I've served our community working on our mental health treatment courts. So I'm very familiar with issues of people who are lacking housing and the issues that a lot of our members of Los Gatos, some of our folks who don't have stable housing, are experiencing. And I'm very much for affordable housing, and I'm very much for housing that falls within SB 330. What I'm not for is a 7-story high-rise with a recreational area and a swimming pool on top. What I'm not for is a high-structure, very big building that's going to look down into the backyard where my neighbors have their backyard and have built an accessory dwelling unit, and where other neighbors have had put up solar systems. And what I'm not for is having a not having a timeline or a time limit on this extension agreement. And the reason I am is the question that was just asked was whether or not we'd met with the builder. So my understanding is that Rich was one of 5 people that the builder's team agreed to meet with. He met with, I believe, a lawyer and someone else. Actual Mr. Swenson did not meet with them. And in fact, Rich is the one that had to make sure that there was a meeting. He called, he emailed, he did everything he could to try to foster some sort of communication. The article also said that the original building that was contemplated was 11 stories, I think, and that the neighbors talked the developer down to the 7-story building, which isn't true because the original application that was filed before the meeting was for a 7-story building. So I don't have confidence right now. I'm very concerned that we're giving an extension to someone, and I don't know. I'm worried that the extension is being granted because a lot of the neighbors would prefer something that is 3 stories. And so that's where I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Well, probably more of a comment. So thank you for reminding me of the article that I thought, and I now know that I read because I remember the 11 stories, and I believe it was in the Los Gatos. We have the reporter here. Anyway, thank you for reminding me. So I do remember that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And I had one other quick question for you, if you don't mind. Yeah. So just wanted to be clear. Do you support the 3-story? Do you support?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Lee Fago. And then we'll go online unless there's someone else who would like to speak and fill out a card now.
Good evening, Lee Fago. I'm speaking as a resident over 29 years with the town of Los Gatos, not representing any group. The site in Newtown on Los Gatos Boulevard, their SB 330 application is, as was mentioned earlier, going to expire next week. And if the town is going to be issuing an extension with this tolling agreement, it should be something that's a reasonable extension, no more than 90 days. That would give the town an opportunity to provide some guidance, some support, and also the community members to meet with the developer and for the developer to spend time putting together a new proposal. The 3-story proposal seems to make sense, provided it does not remove any of the retail that's in the area that is very necessary for this town and for that community in particular, that neighborhood, to have such retail outlets, restaurants and so forth. And The 7 stories is not reasonable because of sitting on a fault line, because there's a watershed, a water table below that site. There's only one water treatment plant further down the road, and there have been a number of occasions where you can see cracks that are occurring and the soil sifting down. So building something of that height, 7 stories, makes no sense unless you're going to be building some long steel piers down to offset that. So please, the height, density, the infrastructure requirement, the environmental reviews, all are necessary to be considered. And there are no fire engines, hook and ladders in the town of Los Gatos. We have 3 stations, none of which have that equipment that could respond to a fire on those upper floors and bring a hook and ladder in to remedy that. So please, let's work together with the developer, not just this developer, but the other sites around town, the other SB 330 applications, to see what we can do to put in something that's more reasonable, that fits into the town, and provides a safe place for people to live. And it's not just these buildings that we have to worry about safety, it's the entire neighborhood, it's the entire community that has to have safety in mind, with concerns over the fault lines, the watershed, and fire, obviously, as well as traffic. So with that, please consider that. And I see I have a question.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Figo, I mean this in all earnestness. How would you build the townhome project while keeping all of the commercial the way it is now?
Well, there's a lot of open parking in the area, and that area with the open parking space could be developed for the housing, put in a 3-story. You could put in parking for visitors and so forth. Even though the state doesn't require the visitor parking, it makes sense to do so. So there is adequate. I've driven and walked all around the site, and the streets adjacent to it where there's solar panels would be blocked by anything 7 stories high. So I think there is space around there where there are 2 buildings they propose 7 stories high. Remedy that with just going 3 stories high at similar sites, not exactly where those others were, because it would remove some retail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't have any more cards. Is there anyone online who would like to speak on item 14?
We have one hand. Brent Nitcher.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do we have someone online who'd like to speak?
I'm asking for him to unmute. Brett Nitcher. I'll go ahead and go to the next speaker, Karen.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I appreciate how hard everyone is working tonight. I tried going to the meeting. Well, I was there, but I had to come home and take care of some things. But I do appreciate all the time and effort going into this. I live in the area where there's going to be, some proposed larger developments as well. And I find it to be very concerning on a lot of levels. I think some other good facts have been brought up about, like the gentleman before was saying, water table, impact on parking, guest parking, loss of retail. it's okay to have growth and opportunity in our, in our little neighborhood and our small town, but at the same time, I don't want it to be at the expense of our current residents. So I feel like it just feels like there's a lot going on in a very short period of time. And so I'm hoping that we're really taking time to consider the impact it's going to have on our neighborhoods and our schools and all of our resources. And I think the very tall buildings are just not really thought through very well, because I know myself and a lot of my neighbors are going to be very impacted by loss of sun. We already have a lot of tall trees there, which are fine because they move and they sway. But if you turn those into solid buildings, we're gonna lose a lot of sunlight. So I just hope that you guys are looking at as many factors as possible and to keep things, in keeping with our town, which has been 3 stories for many, many, many years. 3-story limit. I have no problem with that, but anything beyond that is just very concerning to me. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all my local neighbors that have been putting so much time and effort into this. I appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I have one more card, Juby, and I don't think I will pronounce your name correctly, so if you could...
Jaramello.
Thank you.
Okay, I've lived on Benedict Lane for 60 years. I've lived in this town all my life, so I've been here 87 years. So I've seen a lot of growth, and I don't mind growth, but aesthetically, a 7-story building just kills me. It just ruins my town. I can go with 3 stories. I can go with housing that's needed. All those things that people have told you about, the impact of the traffic and all those other things. But just that it ruins our life on Benedict Lane. Those poor people have a 7-story building to look down on them. All I'm praying is that March the 23rd comes and you do not give them any more time. They can go back to the old-fashioned way of following the town's rules and build 3-story buildings, and they can do a new application. So I'm just praying March the 23rd comes and it goes away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, there's a question for you from, if you don't mind coming back up. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I missed that.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. So with your input, I take it that you are not in favor or support of a tolling agreement. Let the builder's remedy expire.
Yes,
and then if they are serious, come back with a townhome project.
Exactly. Let the builder's remedy dissolve for that particular project and let them come back with a new project.
Okay, thank you.
That's the last card that I have. Someone's rushing up. Okay. Go ahead. Just go ahead and state your name, please.
My name is Tammy Gore, and I live on Benedict Lane as well. Everybody's talked about the water, the traffic, just the obvious. But I just want to ask you, you live in this community. And for those of us, I haven't lived here my whole life, but I have lived here for many years now. And when I moved here because I loved the feeling of the community, and I loved the stores and everything within walking distance, and just the feeling of a small town. And when I tell people where I live, that's what people say. Oh, I love that town. It's so great. And what's great about it is it's not filled with 7-story buildings. And if you drive around the town, you won't find another 7-story building. So I would like to just embrace the thought of working together, find a way to compromise, and we can all, live harmoniously. But to just allow this to go through the way that it's being shoved down our throats is really, really wrong. And if you live here, and I believe even the applicant lives here, take that responsibility seriously and think about not just Benedict Lane, but everybody who lives in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now close. I'm sorry, another question that I missed.
Thank you for your participation. You heard the last speaker and the question that I had for her. So I'm not sure if you read the tolling agreement or are familiar with it, but do you support a tolling agreement or just doing what the last speaker said, let the builder's remedy expire on Sunday, go away, and it's dissolved, and then to compromise and work together going forward, then have the applicant put a townhome application together after the builder's remedy expired? Or do you mean compromise, work together in support of the tolling agreement and not letting the builder's remedy expire?
My instinct tells me that there's no way that they're going to let it expire. So if I go from that premise, then the obvious is they want something and we want something, right? So I would have to support the extension as long as it's clear what we're getting in exchange for it. So I would support it if we know for sure that we're going to get a 3-story building or something along those lines. But what I would really be frustrated by and would not support is we extend it only to end up with a 7-story building and now giving them the time to do what they need to do to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public comment on item 14 and go to any clarifying questions that the council may have of staff or the attorney. Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
So some things we know from closed session and some things are more public. So I want to ask the town attorney to use what public knowledge we can and ask this question. What is HCD's opinion on whether this is really a deadline that kills the project? What can we say about that? Have we had other projects that have come to deadlines and HCDs have made comments to us? Is there any of that public?
There is public information in that the town has received a letter from HCD opining that applicants are not limited to 90-day periods to complete their application. HCD's view is that the 90 days continue indefinitely.
And have they made any threats to us that if we didn't do that, they might refer us to the Attorney General for a lawsuit?
Yes, that's contained in the letter as well.
So, in other words, it's not anywhere near a sure thing that we can just let this expire.
I'll just rest on the facts that the town has the letter from HCD. The town's view is that the 90-day periods are limited.
Okay, and so I would just make my comment that, I don't think any of us wants to see a 7-story building. We're trying to find the best way to try to get to a better solution. And the tolling agreement is a chance, I think a good chance, that we'll end up with a much better project. If we decide to not do the tolling agreement, in my opinion, we're really rolling the dice to whether we'll end up with this 7-story building or not.
Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Yes, it seemed like from the staff report, it looks like there's thought the applicant could complete within time anyway. But I'm going to ask the attorney to talk us through how other communities have used tolling agreements and why we're doing this. Because, to frame it, because of the builder's remedy, this applicant has put in an application that is a certain number of units and a certain density. And under the builder's remedy, it's my understanding that they can't retain those rights if they scale back beyond a certain level. So under the builder's remedy, they can't just propose 3-story townhomes and get all of the rights they have. And so we're trying to give alternatives to get to a better process.
That's correct. The housing element law provides that the SB 330 vesting is kept in place unless the project changes by 20% square footage. And so if there are changes in that amount to the project loses the vesting that it obtained by virtue of having filed an SB 330 preliminary application. And so, some applicants are loath to change the application that's on file because they don't want to lose the vesting. And so the communities that have entered into tolling agreements have used, the applicant wants the certainty of having the vesting continued while they talk to the jurisdiction about the possibility of proposing a different application. And so that is the benefit of the proposed tolling agreement.
Thank you. So to continue, it looks like, first of all, I want to express huge appreciation to staff, to the residents, and to the applicant for considering another possibility where potentially there could be something that satisfies a lot more people and hits a middle range. I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to make everybody happy, but I think that the work that our manager and attorney did to work with the applicant to get to a place where there could be some certainty and there could be an option for something else that might be more appealing to the neighbors is what we were aiming for. Is that correct?
Yes. I will say there's, pros and cons for the town council to weigh. The pro is that this incentivizes the applicant to come forward with another application because they won't be penalized by losing the vesting if they propose an alternative project. That's the primary pro. The con is that a tolling agreement extends the time by which the applicant needs to submit the complete planning application. And so it does provide the applicant with more time to pursue the original project if that's the route that the applicant ends up taking.
Thank you. Although it also sounds like with changes at HCD, we don't have certainty that the deadline is really the deadline. Is that correct? There is a letter, a public letter in the public record from HCD opining that an applicant has the ability to continue resubmitting an incomplete planning application every 90 days. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And so just to continue on that line of thinking, if the town were to take a different position with this applicant, with this application in front of us, do you, and in an attempt to deny the application, do you think that would likely lead to litigation?
Are you speaking of once the ultimate planning application came before the town council for a decision?
Yes, I'm trying to get at that we heard comments that folks would like us to let this expire or deny, and I never really thought of those as like Councilmember Rennie said. I think of those as very much rolling the dice. I don't think we have a huge amount of certainty that trying to take that position would not lead to litigation. Is that correct?
I don't want to offer too much conjecture, but I think it's no secret there are different interpretations of the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami?
Thank you, Ms. Whelan. You mentioned that you're familiar with some other tolling agreements. So with the ones that you're familiar with, is it typical that there's no end date, or do some of them have end dates? And doesn't that seem reasonable? And are there other things that can be put into the agreement to kind of tighten it up? And can you elaborate on those?
Yes, there are tolling agreements that have end dates, and I did explore that with the applicant in our discussions. And in our initial discussions, the applicant was not interested in pursuing an end date. Since then, I've spoken with the applicant, and I think they probably would be open to considering that. And so the middle ground that we landed on, that's reflected in the tolling agreement that's in the council's packet, is that the tolling period would expire upon the date upon which a final decision was rendered on the alternative application, plus any appeal periods, or once either party initiated termination of the agreement. And so the initial proposal was that either party would have the ability to terminate the agreement, and that would give the town a level of security that this tolling agreement would not go on ad infinitum. So
can you elaborate on that, on those terms of if either party can terminate it? There's got to be some time frames, and can you elaborate on that?
Yes, and so the proposal that's in the council's packet is that either party can initiate a meet and confer period where they talk to the other party about, you know, something they're dissatisfied with about the process. And if those concerns aren't resolved during that meet and confer period, either party can provide the other party with a notice of termination. And then the termination would take effect 90 days after that notice of termination had been provided.
Okay, and one more question, if I may, Mayor Udis. The meet and confer, who gets to be the meet and confer? The town manager and you with the applicant? Who's the meet and confer people?
That is not specified in the agreement, but I anticipate that it would begin at the staff level. But if it's the council's desire, it could be written in that other parties participate in that meet and confer.
Okay, so if it was other parties, it wouldn't necessarily be a council meeting where council would be present and we could have input from the town residents, correct? Or would it be a closed session, or?
It wasn't contemplated to be a public hearing. It was contemplated to be a meeting between the applicant and town representatives. But that's the proposal, and it's open to change tonight.
But if it was town representatives and it was council, we would have a Brown Act.
So under those circumstances, my recommendation would be that the council appoint an ad hoc committee to work on the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Aristo, and then I have a question.
Thank you. To me, this seems like what we're doing is allowing the applicant some certainty that they can continue on with the first application. But before we hear it and have to potentially make a very difficult decision, we're giving the applicant time to come up with an alternative application that we would hear first. Or at least that would be the goal, to be able to have an alternative application, and that comes before Planning Commission and Town Council, and decision can be rendered on that. And if that doesn't go well, they can always go back to the first application. And we would like to see it in that order, in my mind. I would like to see it in that order, as opposed to having to render a decision on a builder's remedy project where we have very little to no latitude on whether we can accept it or not. Is that?
Yes, so the proposed tolling agreement contemplates that the alternative planning application would be processed first.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So we don't get to hear from the developer tonight.
Oh, the applicant is here if you have questions. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Hello, thank you. I'm Mark Polarchuk. I'm with Swenson. And I'd like to first address your concern of your first question was we've had the last remaining, the 5 items that are still pending. We've had those ready for about 45 days. We are ready to submit those. We held off on submitting those to get it deemed complete because of our ongoing conversations about the tolling agreement. I want it to be clear that we have a builder's remedy application for the 7-story building. We hear the community, and we are here tonight because we're interested in the tolling agreement to be able to get a new option on the table that works with the community a little bit better with that 3-story townhome type product. That's what we're doing here tonight.
Okay, so that being said, I think you've been hearing for months how upset they are and how they would prefer a 3-story townhome project. So why not come forth earlier with that rather than wait 5 days before the builder's remedy is due to expire? Why not respond much earlier?
Again, we were ready. We were in communication with the town about this option so that we could bring this to the table.
So for 45 days, you said that you were ready when? When you first became ready to do the townhome project? I just want to get confidence that you're very serious about a townhome project.
100%. That's why we're here tonight, right? We are ready to submit and finalize the 7-story building application. Okay, so that we're ready for. However, we are spending time with the town and trying to get to the table for an opportunity to bring forth a different application that addresses the concerns that have been noted.
And that being said, do you plan on meeting with the town residents? Because I know a lot of them, they've been lacking any input from the developer or any kind of meet and confer that they might have as town residents.
Understood. Yes, we'll be available to meet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Risto, and then I have a couple questions.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here, and thank you for considering an alternative and hearing our community. This question may be more for the attorney than you, but I think you would know the answer. If you were deemed complete, if you completed the application before we had this tolling agreement, and then you wanted to provide an alternate, isn't there a timeline once you are deemed complete by which we have to hear your application? So say this tolling agreement didn't go into place and you
I'm not sure if there's a timeline, but there is a limit to the 5 public hearings.
Okay, I guess I'll direct to staff. I mean, if the applicant chose to just complete right now, what are our timeline requirements without a tolling agreement?
I'd have to look that up, and I can look that up if there are other questions while you're asking the other questions.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for not asking that earlier.
Councilmember, I'd like to ask if maybe planning staff may have some insight on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Community Development Director Joel Paulson. I don't have an exact time, and I think it'd be great if Ms. Whelan looked up a time. But once you're complete, there's still a number of consistency items that have to be done, and any environmental review has to be done. So I'm not familiar with, other than, as the applicant stated, the 5 hearings, that there's an absolute timeline.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess the advantage of not completing before you propose another option would be that then the environmental work and everything else on the 7-story building doesn't have to be done until or unless you decide to pursue that, and you can put your energy into the townhomes?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have an answer. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the timeline starts to run from the date that the environmental document is approved. And so since the town approves the environmental document at the same time it considers the project, the timeline is generally not an issue.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions that were raised in the conversation, and I wondered if you could address whether you would be receptive to an expiration date of December 2026.
I mean, the concern here is that if you put that early of an expiration, that also means that this town has to approve the project and going through all those steps. And I don't think that that timeline has ever been met for an approval of an application. So that's why the outline that we provided was a fair option, and to allow time for all of the consultants and the design to really incur, get it in front of the Planning Commission and Council, and actually have those discussions with the neighbors. And so I think you need the adequate time to get through the full application.
Okay, and so that's roughly 20-some months to December 2026, correct? That you don't think that's enough time?
I guess it really always goes back to town council on an actual rendered of an opinion. We will do our best to move our consultants at as fast as pace as possible to show that we're making progress, that we're moving in that direction. And this a CEQA document, it takes time, and all those other studies have to occur. So I would say I'm just concerned about putting something that you're going to have to come back to another hearing to extend or have a type of. But we're here the reason that we're here is to show you that we're serious about revising an application to this idea.
Okay, thank you. We don't have to reach agreement on this
Understood.
at this moment. We can debate this a little bit, but I wanted to get your reaction to having a time frame as soon as the end of 2026.
And if that's more of an initial application submittal, I mean, that would be something different than your final approval.
Right.
Right. So
okay. That's terrific. The other question is in the dispute resolution clause, it calls for the parties to meet and confer. Would you have any objection if that meet and confer included an ad hoc committee of the council?
I think I'd have to defer to my attorney on that, but I think we could work with the town council, and if I think an ad hoc committee would make sense to be involved with it, then I think we could come to there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rennie, and then the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so my question, I realize you probably aren't very far at all along planning a townhouse development. What I am curious about are what kinds of exceptions you might ask for. And I know you probably can't answer that question this early, but I think one major exception is below market units. Normally we require 20%. Are you thinking that you will provide 20% below market units on the townhouse development?
Yes, we've discussed this about having the affordability component on the project. Obviously, going from our original design of over 500 units in the tower of 11 stories, where we then revised our application down to the 268 for which we've submitted on, and then further reducing down to 80 to 90 plus or minus townhomes. We're doing a substantial drop in total units. And so we were looking for some workability when it came to the affordable component. But we are committed to providing some affordable housing on site.
So you may ask for some relief from the 20% requirement. Is that what you're saying?
It's not fully vetted at this time, but it's something that we want to fully look at before coming back with the application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. You sort of just answered my question. Are you thinking somewhere in the ballpark of 80 to 90 units?
Approximately. I mean, based on we've looked at a couple different designs after we saw Rich's outlay. So we think we can get a site plan that works, that hits a lot of the design criteria, and not utilize too many waivers as a concern. And I think that's what the ballpark of where things are landing right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just a question about exceptions or waivers. As you're probably aware, many of the SB 330 Builder's Remedy have a long list of exceptions, and the state allows for unlimited exceptions in certain cases. However, we try to look very carefully at any exceptions that might impinge on health and safety. And particularly with some of the risks in Los Gatos, the wildfire risk and other strains, and particularly with a proposal that's not on our site inventory that was vetted through our housing element process. And so my question is, how do you think about health and safety or exceptions that might impinge on health and safety?
I think first and foremost, health and safety and fire treatment is an impediment as far as your design and meeting code requirements. I think even staff could even go, I think even staff would say that our builder's remedy application is actually not utilizing an excessive amount of waivers. I think we've actually met a lot of the design criteria, even with the 238 unit building. And I think that we would put just as much effort that we did in that to this townhome, concept to help limit those concerns.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay. Any questions further of staff? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, manager.
Yes, I'd like to just add a little bit more input for your consideration. I want to recap the history and to look at some of the additional pros and cons of the options you really have before you. We have to recognize that the builder's remedy applicants had very broad ability to propose projects that circumvented zoning and general plan. And they have a very robust process that they're allowed to prosecute to get to that completion. And so that's a pretty significant strength that they have on the development side. We also we're aware of the desire of the neighbors, the desires of the council and the community that a 7-story building in that location is not in keeping with what is good for the town. And an alternative would be much better than just having one applicant with a 7-story building. And so we engage in those conversations, knowing that full well that the developer is not going to give up their rights that they currently have to do an ulterior project that there's no guarantee that the council in the end would approve. And so what I want to point out about this tolling agreement, some nuances on it. There is no absolute requirement to the developer to build 3-story condos. I mean, so we're going on faith that there's a desire and a willingness to proceed and an openness that when the going gets tough potentially on some requirements around the property, that they're still open to working through it to get to that completion. Secondly, there is also the ability that I can delay, that I'm not able to construct a 7-story building and a tolling agreement buys me the time to be able to do it at some other point in time. I mean, but I can't speak to whether that's the intent. What I'm hearing is there's a sincere desire to build a 3-story condo complex, and that's our primary driver. In regards to a timeline, it sounds like an expiration date is something that is workable. I know that the timing of how long that expiration date is problematic because to the developer, just like I introduced, they need certainty that they get to completion. And so if the town is delaying or our process, our CEQA process takes longer, and now it takes 3 years as opposed to 2 years, the concern on the developers, the expiration date would not allow a decision to be made to allow them to exercise their rights to go back to a builder's remedy project. But the solution I would mention to the developer on that would be, if we see during the course of this period that there's a delay that's caused on ours and they're making reasonable effort, we can agree to extend that date. And if not, either of us can trigger the 90-day provision that says, okay, then we're out. Because I don't have certainty that you will consider my project at the end, or we don't have certainty as a town that you're going to fulfill this on a timeline that's reasonable for us, the residents and the community. And so I think the addition of that time is important, but I don't want you to think that the option that's being recommended is the only option that you have. There are some risks with that. You do have the alternative option of taking no action and allowing the expiration to occur in the vesting and completion and the potential of having just the one building and not necessarily having a very strong option that's 3 stories. So there's no black and white answer about which one of the two is ideal that's going to guarantee an outcome. You just have to weigh the pros and cons.
So if I could just ask a question about the expiration. I think the town attorney was about to get into that a while ago about options for expiration, and I'm wondering whether, in fact, it would make sense to have an expiration date and whether that would be as soon as the end of 2026 or whether it would be 2027 or some period of time that would allow the process to take a fair turn.
Yeah, I'll present some options to the council, and then, it's a two-party agreement, so we'd want to make sure that the applicant could work within these proposed timeframes. So currently what's proposed is that the tolling agreement remains in effect until the town has rendered its final decision on the townhome project, or either party has the right to terminate. This could be expanded upon to say that the tolling agreement terminates if the applicant has not submitted a planning application for the townhome project by March 31st, 2026. And then alternative, and also it could say, or by December 31st, and what I've talked about with the applicant previous to this is December 31st, 2027, as the end date for this tolling agreement. And then, or once the town has rendered its final decision on the townhome project, whichever occurs first. So the first of those dates to occur would trigger the termination.
And just for clarity, the last part that you said is currently in the draft that we have in front of us, correct?
What's there is that the agreement runs until the town has rendered its final decision on the townhome project, or either party has terminated.
Okay, other questions, comments? Somebody want to move a motion forward? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah. I'll provide my comments that I think this tolling agreement is a very positive outcome. I want to thank, first and foremost, the residents for their advocacy. I think the residents have been incredibly communicative with all of us, and also done, I think, everything in their power to see this as the final outcome. So I think this is a model for how neighborhoods can organize to create things that fit better for them. Also, thank you to town staff for working very hard on this, and the applicant for being willing to compromise and come to the table. I would just say that philosophically, I'm generally opposed to very large towers directly abutting single-family homes. I think I care deeply about the residents of our community and the character of our community, and so I think that this proposed development, the three-story building, would be a much more positive outcome, and I think that the tolling agreement gets us there. I don't see letting the builder's remedy application expire as an option for both the reasons that it sounds like the developer would get it in anyway, and also that puts us in nebulous at best a legal situation. So I think this moving in this direction will be a better fit at this location to accommodate the needs of current residents and future residents. So I'm inclined to support the proposal on the table.
Further comments? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Did you have your hand raised? Okay, I did. I made my comments earlier. I think this is a really fantastic possibility, and I think this is sort of opening a door to something that fits in our community, gives us needed housing, puts housing on a corridor. It's unfortunate that businesses may be displaced. However, hopefully they'll find another place to go before they have to, and who knows how long construction takes. But I do really want to thank staff, the residents, and the developer. I think, it takes a team, and I think this type of opportunity is just the best outcome I could have thought of for this. So I'd like to move to approve the proposed tolling agreement for Newtown development at 15495 Los Gatos Boulevard, and authorize town manager to execute the agreement, and with the modifications to the agreement, with the timeline outlined by our attorney, where adding additional further dates. So where it ends, with a tolling agreement extended until approval by council, or where both parties, just one party decides to get out the additional dates, I think, were March of '26 to have a submission of a project, and December of 2027 for it to come to the town council? Or is that, no, I'm sorry.
So it would just expire December 31st, 2027, period.
Okay, that's the solid expiration date by then. And obviously, if something crazy happens, we can always have a discussion about altering the agreement. But I think this sounds like there's enough latitude, and then it gives our residents certainty that something will be moving forward. So that's my motion.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
I would ask the maker of the motion whether they would be interested in including in the dispute resolution for where it says the parties shall meet, to include an ad hoc committee of the council as a definition of the parties.
Given that we generally meet in closed session and discuss.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Question?
just trying to think if I want to
Okay.
accept that. This would be adding council members or an ad hoc to the meet and confer.
I mean, my reaction to that is that as part of its motion, the council could specify that they wish to be involved somehow in any meet and confer period.
Right. I would be comfortable with saying that the council would be involved, not necessarily specifically stating upfront that they would be in the room, but that the council would either be informed through closed session, so we'd have some option. I don't know. I guess I would be okay with.
I'm okay with something, just as long as
the
it's
council's
not
involved.
totally a staff decision to accept something in the meet and confer.
Okay. I think that would be pretty typical.
So my thought is that it need not be included in the agreement, but part of the motion can be if there's ever need for a meet and confer, at least one member of the town council would be involved in that meeting.
Okay. If that's your friendly amendment, I'll take that.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Seconder?
Okay, further discussion or questions? Yes, Councilmember Badami.
I'll just provide my comments. So unfortunately, there is no guarantees with the outcome. I still remain concerned that there wasn't more engagement with the community in the preceding months. If even the developer, thought about the character of our town and what the residents wanted with a townhome project, as opposed to 2 7-story buildings that look down upon their residences. And at this time, in going forward with this motion, which I will be supporting, we are placing an enormous amount of trust in the developer to be serious about a townhome project. So I hope that you are. The character of our community is extremely important. You have some long-term residents that have been living in this community, and I would hope that in putting together a townhome project that you would still consider the objective standards that we have in place to guarantee the charm and character of our small town.
And I would just add a comment that I agree with everything that Councilmember Badami has said, and I also think that this is a very positive step forward, and I think it shows what can happen when you have initiative of the parties involved, the residents who are so impacted by this, but also our town manager, town attorney, town planning staff to work through something like this to make it feasible, and very much thanks to the developer for being willing to listen and accommodate and to be a part of the Los Gatos community. I hope that other developers are listening and are paying attention to ways to have a productive project that is one that ultimate residents of the developments that they're building will be proud to be a part of the community, and and for it to be a community that has a sustaining character to it. So I also want to thank council members, while we're thanking everybody, for actually, I believe, agreeing on a land use item after a great deal of turmoil over the last several years, but listening to the residents and coming together to do something that is going to be beneficial. So while we can't declare victory at this point, I think we can celebrate progress. And so with that, I will call the question. So all in favor? Well, we'll do a roll call again. Sorry.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Ennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudis?
Aye. Thank you. So this item is concluded. Thank you for your attention. And we have, I think, one more item tonight. So we'll try to move quickly through that. And thank you all for staying around so late for this. So we are going back to item number 10, which is the annual housing progress report for sure. We'll do 5 minutes. Okay. 5-minute break until my watch died. And we are up to item number 10, which is the annual housing progress report. So want to start with a staff report, please?
Thank you and good evening. As you know, the town must prepare an annual progress report, or APR, on the status and progress of implementing the housing element using forms and definitions adopted by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. The town's APR must be submitted to HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of each year, covering the previous calendar year. One primary function of the APR is for HCD to track the town's progress towards meeting the town's RENA responsibilities over the planning cycle. Before you this evening is consideration of the 2024 APR, which staff plans to submit to HCD prior to the April 1st deadline. A desk item's been distributed, including public comment and a response prepared to some of the points raised in that public comment by staff. This concludes my presentation, and staff's available to answer any questions.
Okay, let's start with questions, and then we'll go to public comment. Any questions?
I have
Badami.
quite a few questions, but maybe we should just go to verbal comment before I get started, because I was the one that pulled this.
Okay. I have 3 cards here. We'll go to verbal. Lee Fago, Lee Quintana. Oh, 2 cards.
I'm Lee number 1. Lee number 2 will be the next speaker. Lee Fago, longtime resident, over 29 years in Los Gatos. My wife and I have lived in 11 different cities in 4 countries, and this house, this residence here in Los Gatos is where we want to be. We love it here. So I'm not representing any group. I'm speaking as that resident. Our town has a history of welcoming new residents and allowing reasonable housing developments, while at the same time preserving the character of our community. However, this council failed to submit a housing element that was in compliance with ABAG guidance on time, and now we have more than a dozen housing submissions that challenge the quality of life in town. The first priority with new housing must be safety, including for fire, earthquakes, flooding, and traffic congestion, such as multi-access points in and out of neighborhoods during emergencies. And now, with multiple developers' proposals of new buildings beyond 3 stories in earthquake fault lines, flood and water liquidation zones, and many in sites outside such emergency access points, we're all at risk. Such buildings would require hook and ladder fire trucks that we do not currently have, and that would be unable to make 90-degree turns on single-lane roads. So these are safety issues that have to be addressed by the council in reviewing these submissions. The other thing to do is to look at the environmental impact reports for these submissions, and to do it using CEQA, which is the cumulative effect of all of these submissions, not each one individually. And I think we should ignore the legislation coming from the guy that we call the governor up in Sacramento, who wants to overdo CEQA. Let's still hold the developers accountable for safety. Also have a concern for the increased cost to our town for infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, and other public services like police and access to other related town services. Such units in these locations, not in the town's qualified designated sites, but on earthquake fault lines, etc., are going to move the population from 32,000 to almost 37,000 people, and we are at risk of more damage throughout our community that will have a significant cost impact. And these developments, not in our housing element, could be removing many businesses in town, not only changing the character of such neighborhoods, but reducing sales tax revenues, and with public service costs growing beyond residential taxes. So let's be diligent in overseeing these new developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No? Okay. Anyone online would like to speak?
There's no one online.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'll close the public comment, and we'll go back to questions for staff. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. So we received correspondence from the Los Gatos Community Alliance, and I would like some clarification from staff on what we received. Is Table D correct in reflecting the net loss in the site inventory?
Thank you for that question. Yes, Table D is correct.
So with that, the lodge application did not trigger a net loss?
The lodge application was not approved during the reporting year of this APR. It was approved in 2025 and will be reported upon next year for the 2025 reporting year. And also the no net loss analysis provided in the Planning Commission and Council staff report for that individual project showed that there would not be, while there would be a net loss there, it would not trigger the requirement to rezone additional properties in town to increase capacity in the housing element.
So there's not an urgency to search for potential sites?
Not at this time, but as the desk item states, staff is very closely monitoring these on a project-by-project basis, examining different scenarios in orders of how these projects move through and are preparing to take action when needed.
Thank you. So,
Follow up about that.
I'm sorry?
I wonder if I could ask a question,
Sure.
follow up about no net loss. So, what event triggers the no net loss analysis? Is it an application that's submitted, an application that's deemed complete, a approval of a project, building permit being issued? What triggers that, and is that definitive? Is it really generally accepted by land use attorneys that one particular event is definitive in terms of triggering the no net loss calculation?
Yes, the statute provides that if approval of a development project results in fewer units, and the jurisdiction does not find that the remaining sites are adequate to accommodate the jurisdiction share by income level, then the jurisdiction has to identify and make available additional adequate sites within 180 days. And so that's the language of the statute, and I did confirm that understanding with Goldfarb and Littman this morning.
So it's not on application complete, even if...
No, it's upon approval.
Even if it's a by right application, it still has to wait for the actual formal approval?
That's my reading of the statute. I did not ask Goldfarb and Littman about the by right scenario.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to just get a little clearer on that.
Thank you for that. That's helpful for me with my line of questioning, so thank you. My next question, because I'm looking at some of the concerns that were raised in this desk item that we got. Do we still stand by the January 30th, 2023 resolution that the draft housing element substantially complied with state housing law? Do we still stand by that?
We did receive correspondence from HCD indicating that they did not believe the January 30th housing element substantially complied with housing element law. I continue to discuss that issue with outside counsel in confidential discussions. And I don't recommend that the council discuss that tonight because that particular subject matter is not on the agenda.
Okay, but I think I can ask the following question. If not, you can tell me I can't once I ask it.
I can certainly provide information.
Okay, so if the resolution confirming substantial compliance that we did on January 30th of 2023 is not accurate, as later claimed by HCD, and the town no longer believes it, or maybe we do believe it, shouldn't we formally rescind it?
As I read that question, it was asking whether the town should rescind its approval of the 2023 housing element. And the fact remains that the town did approve a housing element on January 30th. And so I wouldn't recommend rescinding the town's approval of that housing element. Your question is whether the town should adopt a resolution amending the earlier resolution to remove the statement that the town felt that the housing element substantially complied with state law. And I think I'd like to reserve the right to discuss that with outside counsel.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? So those are the two areas that I was interested in, and I think got adequate answer to those. And I look forward to further information on that second question. And hopefully it's something that we can report on to the public at some point. And so, again, I'd be interested in getting the information, but I would also be interested in how do we convey that information to the public, because I think it's important that they know. So if town attorney could give some thought about that aspect of it, in addition to the answer, that would be very helpful.
Well, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions, any further questions. So do we need a motion on this?
I believe you do.
Okay. Accept, okay. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. That's true. Accept is different than receive. So I move to accept the annual progress report for general plan and housing element implementation. And this would be the progress report for 2024.
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, I'll ask the roll call.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Aye.
Mayor Hudas?
Aye. Okay, so that concludes our regular set of business. We still have council matters, and hopefully we can move that along and not have to do an extension on this meeting. So let's see. Start with the Vice Mayor, please.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I, along with the mayor and Councilmember Risto, attended the Kyle J. Taylor Foundation ribbon cutting, and our PPW staff, including Director Burnham. The Kyle J. Taylor Foundation recently donated 2 Save Station AEDs to the town, and they're in Blossom Hill Park and Creekside Sports Park, and they will hopefully make a big impact. I held my vice mayor's happy hour and had about 8 people come by and chat about a variety of things. Today, the mayor and I met with staff, along with the town manager, to staff from VTA to talk about congestion concerns, among a number of other things. And the 2 main topics that we covered were our interest in making progress on the State Route 17 congestion management project, which it seems like there is progress being made on that, and then also how to find creative solutions to ease congestion in all throughout the town. And the mayor had a number of good suggestions there, and hopefully more conversations to come. Along with Councilmember Risto and Councilmember Rennie, I attended the State of the Valley with Town Manager Constantine and Assistant Town Manager Namora. I attended the Police Foundation Gala with other people here, along with Councilmember Risto. I attended the CivicWell Policymakers Conference, and I'll let Maria talk about that too. But it was awesome. It was really, really informative. Really, just a great group of people, and learned a ton. Really got a lot out of that. I attended a meeting of the West Valley Sanitation District. I attended the Finance Commission, and I attended the VA Board of Directors. Thank you.
Okay, go to Councilmember Rennie.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. In addition to the State of the Valley from Joint Venture Silicon Valley, I also attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy board meeting, one significant item is we did our mid-year budget review, and it turns out a lot of the costs that we expected were much less, and so we had a much larger, the year's not over, but we have a much larger forecasted contribution to our reserves. We will go beyond our reserve target, so the board authorized staff to give a one-time bill credit in August to all the customers of Silicon Valley Clean Energy. For residential customers, it will be approximately $50. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. In addition to the items mentioned by the Vice Mayor, let's see, the police officers ball, I also attended the Finance Commission meeting as an observer, and on the 12th, Councilmember Badami and I, as part of CDAC, heard a potential application at Oak Meadow Drive for a 6-story residential building, which did not receive favorable feedback from any of the members of the CDAC. We'll see if that comes back or how it comes back. And then, yeah, this weekend I attended the CivicWell Policymakers Conference along with the Vice Mayor. CivicWell is a nonprofit supporting sustainable solutions and the leaders in communities that implement them. They were started in 1982, and the participants are local officials, government agencies, and community-based organizations. It was an interesting group of people. It was definitely different than some of the Cal Cities conferences, met up with a variety of different electeds and nonprofit leaders. The topics that we discussed were, and heard from amazing panels about, were water policy, wildfire risks, the insurance crisis across the country, and particularly in California, and the impacts of climate change and actions that will be needed and impacts that are just going to be unavoidable, especially including wildfire and continued insurance issues. And then yesterday, I attended the webinar from Cal Cities on 2025 legislation. There was a briefing on that and took notes. We got the slides, so I'll share those with the town manager and clerk to share with the council. But the laws that caught my attention were, there's some proposed laws around fire hazard mitigation, homeless encampments, some Brown Act changes, which some are going to be negative and some are going to be problematic if they go through. And my particular favorite is AB 650, which I hope goes through. It's been sponsored by Cities Association, but it has to do with the housing element and the RENA allocation and the housing element process. And what the goal of this legislation, if it goes through, would be to give municipalities on the next cycle more time to get their housing element done. You'd be allowed to start 6 months sooner. More clarity in the feedback, very specific feedback, so that we understand what's needed. It would allow local jurisdictions working in good faith leeway. So if you're on your way towards certification and making progress, even if you miss the deadline, you would not be susceptible to the builder's remedy, assuming you're actually doing the work. And HCD would not be able to add new requirements after the first letter. So the first feedback, everything that you're told to address would be the only things. It would have to be upfront and clear. And it sounds like Los Gatos is not the only municipality that seemed to deal with a lot of uncertainty and changes along the way. So it should streamline the process, you know, with the goal that you get your housing element done, but you're done with clear goals. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. On March 7th, I also attended the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation Ball. It was a lovely event, raising funds, supporting our police department, including funding for several state-of-the-art SWAT helmets. On March 10th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. On March 12th, as Councilmember Risto mentioned, I participated in a meeting of the Conceptual Advisory Development Committee, We provided input on a proposed 6-story, 12-unit condominium building at 235 Oak Meadow Drive with very modern architecture, a dog park, and a rooftop terrace. And on March 15th, I participated in Los Gatos Little League opening day ceremony along with the mayor.
Thank you. So a few meetings that were not covered otherwise. We held a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, first quarter meeting organized by our town vitality manager, and heard a number of things, some ideas for the fall event and possibly changing the date so it doesn't conflict, and basically volunteering some of the resources of the chamber to work on what we had considered a town event. So I think there'll be more on that. I think it's very positive. And also heard some challenges about the timing of the parade, and those are things that need to be considered. Met with some of the folks who are working to raise funds for the new community center, and they have a lot of activity going on that. Other things I participated in, the Finance Commission meeting, the ribbon cutting for the AED devices at Creekside Park was amazing. I participated in the Cities Association Board of Directors meeting, and that group is really focusing on some of the very same issues we have here in terms of emergency preparedness, public safety, and also governance. And so there'll be a session on governance practices relating to the role of the city manager and the mayor and the council, and that'll be in May, and it'll be hosted by the Cities Association. Larry Klein is organizing the agenda, and it'll be open to not just the board, but to wider community. There'll be some panel discussions on that. And then that pretty much covers it, except for a really extraordinary meeting that we had this afternoon with Congressman Sam Liccardo, who is newly representing our district. And we had the opportunity to understand what some of his objectives are in the 119th Congress, and to understand the constraints on the current Congress, but nevertheless his willingness to work on some things that could have real local benefit, and that is potentially some tax credits for homeowners who do work on hardening and improving defensible space of their homes, looking at the insurance activities, again from a federal level, and potentially coming up with some ways to encourage insurance companies to provide better coverage. He serves on the Financial Services Committee, which is the one that handles housing and insurance, and so we'll have a lot to say. A great deal of interest in what's going on here and in that challenging list that we had earlier today. And I think we have very open communications with our congressmen about the challenges that we have in funding some of the safety and other issues. And I'm sure we'll be using that cell phone number that he gave us today. So thank you for the town manager working with me on that, and I think that we need to keep that going. So thank you. Town manager reports?
For the sake of time, I have no report.
Okay, I wanted to make one other announcement before we do that, and that is that we have another ham cram coming up on this Saturday, and hopefully we can get more community members to come in, spend the day and take the test and get licensed as an amateur radio emergency operator at the end of the day. So that's at the El Camino Hospital location. So if anyone needs information on that, please reach out to me, or if you know Peter Hertan, he's signing people up for that also. Closed session report.
Thank you. The town council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956D4, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, and the town attorney employee performance evaluation, and there's no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, well, that finishes our agenda for tonight. So this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.